Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Am I live on YouTube now? And on Twitch? I should be. I'm sorry. Let me try that again. Yes, I think I am live. I'm back. Okay. I'm sorry about that. I have a Rodecaster Pro 2 soundboard. And I have vMix for streaming. I feel like I'm really, really low. Am I really low? Anyway, I have those two, right? And one or the other are constantly doing updates that fuck the entire system up. I'm so fucking sick of this. I never had these problems with OBS and like a Scarlett Focusrite, like what the fuck do you call it? The little device. I never had this problem with either of these things. It's almost every fucking time there's some issue that I have to work around. For example, now my system will not allow vMix to cleanly disconnect from the soundboard. So I have to force kill vMix every single time I'm done streaming. I can't just hit the X in the fucking corner. I have to force kill vMix. Because the ASIO drivers, which we are now using, apparently, won't let go of the connection to the soundboard. The ASIO drivers, by the way, that the soundboard people wrote, they're their drivers. So anyway, the point is, Rodecaster is really infuriating me. I'm sorry to say. They are really fucking annoying me. And if they didn't have a good product, I would never work with this fucking company, ever. Anyway, it's just annoying as fucking shit. Now, let's get into the video. Jesus Christ. Anyway, the point is, when I came on stream, not only would it not disconnect from vMix or the soundboard or whatever, when I just opened vMix to stream, it refused to connect in the first fucking place. Rodecaster's drivers connect the Rodecaster soundboard to my computer, and they were refusing to connect. I restart the soundboard, I restart vMix, nothing is fucking working. I have to restart the entire system, the whole fucking computer, to get the soundboard drivers to connect. Like, I did a stack trace and a full dump of a memory dump. I did a memory dump, okay, of these drivers to try to help Rodecaster figure out what the problem was. And not only did I send them the dump, but I figured out the fucking problem. I know exactly where in memory and in their drivers something is going wrong. Because I did a full dump. And I sent them the bug report and said, look, I'm not in front of your code base, but I'm in front of my own memory, and I can tell you that the problem is that vMix sends a wait loop to hear back from the ASIO driver that you wrote, and your ASIO drivers that you wrote create a wait loop to hear vMix say, okay, we've closed it, but you're the one that's supposed to fucking close it. So it's in a perpetual wait loop, waiting for vMix to do something that vMix is waiting for them to do. Anyway, I sent them that like memory dump, and they're like, okay, we'll take care of it. That was like weeks ago. Still waiting. I literally did all the fucking work for them. That shit could be handed to a senior engineer and they could have it fixed in 5 minutes because I did all of that work. And that 5 minutes will be spent finding the line in code that I specified. These people drive me up a fucking wall. I cannot stand how incompetent they are about getting their software to function. Like, this is a business, okay? I have to be on time every single fucking day. And if I'm not on time, then I have to make it up on the other end. Like, I don't have time to be fucking with an ASIO driver. That should work. I'm sorry, I'm bitching about it. All right, let's talk about this. I literally spent my own time and energy on finding the problem for them. And it's still not fixed. I haven't heard a fucking thing from them this whole time. Okay, let's talk about Rick Harrison. Apparently there's a Trump coin that's coming out. It's like a commemorative 250th anniversary something or other. I remember when Magapotamians, or Magadonians, if you will, were super excited about the possibility that there might be a Trump coin in Cameroon. Here you go. This Magapotamian here bought real Trump coins from Cameroon.
I am one of the few human beings on earth that holds in my hand what I'm about to show you. I am so
one of the few that holds it in your hands right now, probably, because nobody wants it.
Excited about it. Official money, God's money, real MS-70 Silver Eagle coin. This is not a doubloon.
This is from 2022, by the way. These were commemorative. And if I remember correctly, he spent like $10,000 on this or something. It's from some random fucking country. I believe it was Cameroon.
This is the real, it's the only government money, official money in the world with my president on it.
And I can't help but notice he called it God's money. It's God's money? Because it has Trump's face on it, it's God's money? As we know, he's a Trump theologist. He does think that Trump is like God.
Look how beautiful that is. I bought 10 of these.
They were $300 each, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So we're looking at $3,000 fucking dollars that he lit on fire for this stupid shit, bro. Please get help, Shane.
Look at that, with that American flag behind our president. I bought 10 of these, and I bought them for $250 a piece.
Jesus Christ.
And now some of them are already selling for $1,000.
No, they're not. I looked it up. It was some stupid website. It wasn't even like an official government website. It was some scammers that were, quote unquote, minting their own, like, zinc plated fucking whatever. Just random garbage. It is not going to be worth jack shit because it's just a bunch of people taking advantage of gullible suckers like you. The point is they've made a new coin. I believe this one is from the official U.S. Treasury, though. Commemorative 250th anniversary or whatever.
Featuring President Trump, a reality. Besant believes the coin, quote, celebrates the strength of American values and the promise of a nation dedicated to preserving freedom for all. Take a look at the coin there. A spokesperson for the U.S. Mint claims the coin will be released sometime later this fall. But will this be eventually a collectible coin that people need to get? Thankfully,
I'll tell you this. Will it be collectible? When dictatorships take control and they're so polarizing, whatever you think of Donald Trump, when authoritarian regimes, which Donald Trump most definitely is, are this polarizing, I'll tell you what happens afterward. When his supporters don't have anything to hold on to attach to care about when he dies, and, you know, of old age, God willing, in a bed with women next to him, whatever, hopefully not underage women. When that happens, his supporters aren't going to continue the fight. They aren't going to care. He's going to fade into memory, and maybe they'll reminisce about that time Donald Trump said that to the Democrats and stuck in their craw or whatever at family reunions. Maybe. But people are going to move on with their lives, and they're going to talk about current day politics over anything else. That's what's going to happen. And the only people left to talk about Trump are those of us who were horrified by what he did and recognize him as fucking disgusting, as a disgusting evil monster that he was. That's what's going to happen to his legacy. That's what always happens. Nazis became ashamed of their support for Hitler or for the Nazi Party generally. They were embarrassed by it. And that's how it's going to play out with Donald Trump. People are going to be embarrassed to admit, with a little bit of time, that they supported him. These coins are going to be worthless because nobody is going to want them. No one is going to want to admit to liking him. I guarantee it. That's how it's going to play out. As somebody who studies this shit extensively, written multiple books on World War II era Germany, that's how it's going to play out.
We know a guy joining us right now, the host of the wildly popular show Pawn Stars and the podcast host of Pawn After Dark. You know him, Rick Harrison. Rick, so good of you.
Why does he look so much like Matt Dillahunty? This is like unsettling.
To be with us here. This is a really exciting topic. We appreciate your time. I got to ask you this, though, Rick. This coin, it's going to help commemorate America's 250th anniversary. Between that, the connection to America 250, also with President Trump, do you think a lot of people will want it eventually? Is this going to sell like gangbusters in your estimation?
Early on, it might sell a lot. I can see that. But it's not going to hold importance in history. No one's going to give a fuck about this when Trump is gone.
Oh, I think it's going to sell great. By the way, it's not gold. It's gold tone.
Okay.
It's like 88% copper and some other metals in it. No, but I think the largest coin dealer in the world for collectible coins is the U.S. Mint. They come out with stuff all the time, and I think this will be highly collectible, just like there was. But there's all this controversy, like, it's a living person on a coin. It's been done before. As a matter of fact,
like, who gives a fuck if it's done before? This is a precedent that people don't surpass, that we just don't do. You know why? Because we live in a country that does not worship people as kings or higher beings or whatever. We follow the Constitution, not a man. And getting a coin minted with a living person's face on it puts all that at risk. It's already at risk. I mean, God, it's not at risk. It's down the fucking toilet now. I love how they're trying to justify doing shit that would completely destroy everything the United States has ever stood for when they already destroyed it. Like, why are you even bothering? Just embrace it. Yes, we love Trump so much that we apply absolutely no rules whatsoever to him, and we even say that he should be a king.
For the same exact purpose. In 1926, the 150th anniversary of the United States, Calvin Coolidge, who was president then, was on a coin. It was to celebrate the 150th anniversary.
Well, he shouldn't have been, if that's even true. I don't know if it is. These people lie for a fucking living.
And Maria, I think it was Maria Schneider Kennedy, I forget. I mean,
what about the 200th anniversary? What about the 100th anniversary? What about 50, 25? Did any of the founding fathers put their faces on a fucking coin? Do you think that's what they intended for things, to how they intended things to play out or whatever? Think that's what they wanted for the country? authoritarians putting their face on the money, their living face on the money.
Bad, but like 20 years ago, she was on a special edition coin for the Special Olympics. So we have had living people on coins.
Oh, Special Olympics person got a coin. Well, that seals it. Yeah, let's put an authoritarian's face on our money.
Before, but I think it's, I think it'll sell like hotcakes. 50% of the population will like it, 50% will not.
I mean, that's always the case now in this partisan age. I mean,
I love how they're just pretending they're not responsible for that shit. I love how he's like, oh, the Democrats made it partisan, not me, a Newsmax host. What is fucking wrong with these people? Genuinely. And I don't know if you guys have noticed this lately, but right now, this is another subject. Right now, the right is leaning hard into Islam bad. They're whipping people into a blood frenzy over Islam. Like, I give a fuck about Islam. Is Islam bad? Yes. I don't like any religion. I think it's all destructive to people's lives. But is that really the central issue that we should be focused on right now in the United States? Now that Newsmax is talking about Islam being destructive, and all of the other right-wing networks are talking about it, now you've got CNN coming out of the woodwork and talking about child marriage in some Middle Eastern countries. It's like, genuinely, why the fuck does that affect me? Are you trying to just get me pissed off and willing to go to war in Iran, even though that's not where this is happening? Like, what? Why is CNN even doing a piece on this? Why are they doing a piece on child marriage in the Middle East instead of child marriage in the United States? You know, there are people in the U.S. that oppose child marriage bills right now. I'm sorry, that oppose bills limiting people from getting married to children. Why is CNN covering the Muslim world and not the fucking Christian world right now? Anyway, that's a completely separate issue that just infuriated me. These people build people into a blood frenzy, get them worked up until they see nothing but fucking red. And whatever issue these people focus on, that's the issue. That's the thing that everybody on the right talks about. They set the agenda. So if people are pissed off and whipped into a blood frenzy over something, that's on you, and you know that.
the most expensive coin in the world there on the show. Here you are in this photo. You see they're holding it. So you've seen a lot of these historical items, but even you look impressed by this latest coin here. And that photo, though, that's the 1933 double eagle. Why is that coin so popular? I know it's old, but that really has a special value, does it not?
There's this crazy story with it where they tried to arrest people. It got out of the mint when it wasn't supposed to get out of the mint, and then it went all the way around the world, and then some paperwork was found, and the U.S. Mint eventually says, okay, we'll allow this one coin. So if you're a gazillionaire coin collector, that's the only one. And your competition with the other gazillionaire coin collectors say, I got it, you don't. That's why it's worth right around $30 billion.
So Rick, about the Eagle coin, what about the Trump coin? I mean, 95, 96 years from now, could you see the Trump gold coin appreciating in value over time like the Eagle?
Well, yeah.
That is, are you fucking kidding me? What? You cannot be serious asking that question. Did you really just ask Rick Harrison if the Trump commemorative coin that is being sold to as many people as want it right now is going to be worth as much as a single coin, one in existence? Really? You can't be that stupid. Nobody is that fucking stupid.
So what will most likely happen is the U.S. Mint will issue these. They'll come in a nice little case and everything like that. And most collectors will immediately send them off to get graded. And the grading goes from basically 1 to 70. And people are going to be hoping they get a perfect when it comes back at a grade of 70. And that's, that doesn't happen very often. And if that, you get one of those, I mean, I think it could do something.
No, absolutely not. Collectors' items, quote unquote, almost never do anything because unless they intentionally limit the available run. Talking, coming from a collector, you can see my... Coming from a collector, you can see my collection. I've got all the original Pokemon games, all of the Zelda games up to... all the handheld Zelda games, and all of the Zelda games up to the Wii, I believe. And I've got a complete Virtual Boy collection. I've got a lot of Super Nintendo games. I've got Jack Bros for the Virtual Boy. That's a big fucking deal. Anyway, the point is... Oh, yeah, and on the bottom shelf there, you might be able to see, I also have Nintendo Power issues 1 and 2. Those are really, really rare. They were given to me. A lot of this stuff was given to me. When people heard I like collecting retro games, they dug in their attic and, found a bunch of stuff they thought I might like, and they gave it to me. So that was awesome. Oh, and I have a bunch of VHS tapes over there. It's like Aladdin and, yeah. Point is, coming from a collector, I can tell you this is how it works. This commemorative coin is not going to be worth jack shit. Even in a vacuum, even on its own, this is a cash grab for Donald Trump right now and has nothing to do with trying to create a genuine collector's item down the line. This is going to be absolutely worthless. Not just because people don't like Donald Trump, but because this is not how you create a collectible item if you want to collect, or if you want to create a collectible item. You have to limit the supply. Sell 3,000 of those total, and then maybe it could feasibly be worth a lot of money in 75 years. Maybe. But even then, who are you selling to? Neo-Nazis? It's not going to be worth jack shit.
You never, because it's one of those things where you just don't have coin collectors buying it. You're going to have Trump fans buying it too, which I think is really going to push the price up. If you get like the perfect ones.
They're not limiting the run. Anybody can buy as many as they want, right? Let me just find this out. Hold on. 1 second. I'm going to find out. Are they limiting the run on this? If they're not limiting the run, then it's completely pointless to even bother. Okay, for the $1 coin, the one that's in the news right now, mintage numbers have not been announced. The limiting factor isn't a stated production cap. It's the legal authorization. The 2020 Act authorizes coins to be minted during the 2026 calendar year, which means production could run from now through December 31st. So the limited run on the $1 coin is really a time window, I guess. Interesting, not a quantity cap. 2026 is the only window this coin will ever have because the minting authority expires at the end of the year. Huh. Okay, hey, maybe it will be, maybe it will have a limited run. But who the fuck is going to buy it? I mean, there's a buyer for just about everything. But how much is that buyer going to be willing to pay? Genuinely. Is it going to be subject to market forces? Probably not.
I think it's a great design.
Again, I know what I'm talking about. Collector.
Coin. I like the real traditional eagle on the back of it. For people who don't know what that eagle means, it's holding an olive branch in one hand.
Yeah, it's very classic. I mean, I like it too.
Are you gonna let him fucking get it out? There was a story here. He was telling the story of what the eagle is, dumbass.
Final thoughts.
Arrows in it. arrows at the other, and the eagle is looking at the olive branch and not at the arrows, which means try to do peace before you go to war. That's what that symbolizes.
It's just another cool token as we continue celebrating America 250. I know the 4th of July is over, but this is really an all-year celebration. Rick Harrison, can't thank you enough for your time. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Information.
Yeah, wow. Okay. Well, now we know. That was fucking wild. Tell me what you think about it in the comments. These people are absolutely shameless liars. So, what do you guys think? Do you think the Trump commemorative coin is actually going to make it to market? Is it actually going to come out? Isn't Scott Bessent gay? I believe he is. I believe he lives with a man. I can't believe they got him into the administration as a gay dude. Like, same with Dave Rubin. Why the fuck would Dave Rubin want anything to do with the administration? Why the fuck would he cooperate with them? Hang on, I'm sorry. There's something in my... Wait a minute. The fuck is this? Okay, I got it. I don't know why anybody who's gay would ever support the Trump administration, ever. All right, let's talk about this. Flashpoint. Let me find a... Interesting. There aren't very many... James E. Ward Jr., pastor of Insight Church. Huh. Alan West. There's this TV show called Flashpoint. It's a Trump theology TV show. They'll do anything for the dude. It's wild. It's a useful glimpse into how these people view the world and like what the Republican plan is for the country coming up next. So let's give this a listen and see what they have to say. Whatever they talk about, that's the thing that they seem to believe is the most important issue that will turn the tide for them.
If you have a Roku, you can download the channel. If you have an iPhone, you can get the channel. There's a lot of ways. You can go online and find out all the different.
Okay, thank you.
Rick Green, Lieutenant Colonel, back for more pain. Rick Green, Lieutenant Colonel West, Ed Rush, and our friend Pastor James Ward. Welcome, gentlemen, to the program. Let's get things started. Here's the update on Iran with Paul Petit.
So when they talk about any issue, pay attention to how they frame everything about it. Are they framing the Iran war as a positive thing, fighting for America and for freedom? Are they framing it as negative? We need to get the fuck out because this is wasting our time and our money. What does their market research tell them they should be talking about?
The war shows no signs of letting up as Iran responds to U.S. strikes with missile attacks across the region, setting off air raid sirens in Jordan overnight. The Pentagon has identified 2 U.S. soldiers killed by an Iranian missile that hit an American air base in Jordan.
So what are they saying? They're saying Iran is being aggressive. It's not the United States being aggressive. It's Iran being aggressive. And they need to be stopped because they just killed our soldiers for absolutely no reason, right?
First Lieutenant Tyler Feehan from Hawaii and 19-year-old Private Isabella Gonzalez of Carrollton, Texas.
In our hearts go out to this family. These are heroes that pay the ultimate price.
The ultimate price for what? What did they pay the price for? They didn't have to be there. Nobody had to fucking be there. This is a waste of everybody's time, money, and most importantly, lives. They're framing it like this is some kind of a fucking fight for freedom, like we're in World War II and we're fighting fascism. This is fucking vile, dude.
Iranian attacks also left nearly 100 U.S. service members injured since early July, most suffering concussions or minor wounds. The Pentagon says 96% of them have returned to duty.
Nothing the military does was safe. It's all inherently dangerous. And we're just grateful to have such heroic Americans in uniform in the service of our country.
President Trump ordering the Pentagon to kill many times the number of Iranians for every U.S. soldier killed.
Why are we doing this? Get the fuck out. How is Iran even close enough to American soldiers to kill them? I don't understand. Get the fuck out. If they're on a U.S. soil, we don't have to worry about them being killed by Iranians, right? Why the fuck are we there?
In Yemen, Iran's Houthi allies are escalating their own threats, announcing a blockade of Saudi oil shipments through the Red Sea.
Why? Why are they blockading shipments? The Houthis are blockading shipments to Israel until Israel opens up shipments to Gaza. They're like, Israel's literally doing collective punishment right now on innocent Palestinians who didn't do jack shit to anybody. How can they possibly blame this on anybody except for Israel and Donald Trump, genuinely?
The move threatens another major global oil shipping route as the Strait of Hormuz remains under pressure. Here in Jerusalem, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu convened his security cabinet Monday night should they enter the war. Netanyahu is also getting ready to visit Washington following today's meeting between President Trump and the president of Lebanon. Trump took to Truth Social Monday to dismiss New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani's threat to arrest Netanyahu should he ever visit New York, writing that an arrest will never happen in any way, shape, or form. Israel's U.S.
I don't think Mamdani has the legal authority to arrest him. I think at best it's a legal gray area. And if I were Mamdani, I wouldn't cause an international incident because he's getting out of it anyway. I would only cause an international incident if it were actually going to accomplish something.
One ambassador also weighing in.
The person who should be arrested is not our prime minister. Is you, Mr. Mamdani.
Why? You going to elaborate?
Pakistan is stepping up its diplomatic efforts, and an Iranian official is in Islamabad meeting with the prime minister. Secretary Rubio says there's still room to talk peace, but the U.S. will not allow Iranian attacks on shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Reporting for Flashpoint in Jerusalem, I'm Paul Petit.
Dude, I love it how... I'm sorry, I'm chewing. I love it how they're portraying this as Iran attacking shipping lanes in the Strait of Hormuz. No. They own the fucking Strait of Hormuz. They own that shit. They control it fully and completely. To my understanding, there are entrenched positions in the Strait of Hormuz, like pillboxes built into the sides of cliffs. And you are not getting them out of those pillboxes. It is not happening. Those people are there to fucking stay with their mounted submachine guns and shit. They're not going anywhere. They aren't firing on shipping lanes. They control the fucking shipping lanes fully and completely.
All right, Colonel West, let me get your take. Today, not a whole lot difference. There's a couple of meetings. We're going to go to a clip here in just a second about President Trump. But I want to get you've been a while since you've been on Flashpoint. I want to get your take on this Iran war. Where do you see us? What is going to have to happen to see this thing draw to a close?
Literally just fucking leave.
Well, first of all, I want to give my condolences to the family of Private Isabella Gonzalez. She is from Carrollton, Texas. The church that I attend, Sojourn Church, is there in Carrollton, and many of our members know that family. So we're doing everything we can to comfort her mother. Look, the bottom line is this.
You know how you can make it better? Get them out of fucking Iran. Get them out. Why are we there?
You have to understand that you're dealing with a totalitarian, theocratic, tyrannical regime.
I didn't expect him to describe the Trump administration that way. Wow. It sounds like we're on the same page, huh?
You have to understand that you're dealing with a totalitarian, theocratic, tyrannical regime. They are rooted in, without a doubt, having a global domination because of that is their ideological bent.
Bro, yes, exactly. That is what's happening in the United States right now. Thank you.
And I don't think that you can negotiate. You cannot sit down and compromise, appease, or acquiesce with them.
Absolutely.
Only thing that they will understand is strength and might. And so, from a strategic perspective, I think the most important thing to do is make sure that the Strait of Hormuz and also the Strait of Bab al-Mandab, coming out of the Red Sea there.
That's the other strait. Yes, there is a second strait. And Iran basically said, if you continue to harass us, we're closing that one down too. And yes, they do have the power to. It's on the southern tip of Oman, maybe, I think. And that one would be significantly more difficult for Iran to secure because it's not like in their, like, what do you call it? Like, not in their territory, I guess you could say. But it would be doable.
They're not under control of a proxy army of Iran, which is what the Houthis are, nor Iran itself. And back when I was a major at Fort Bragg, North Carolina in 1997, we did a computer battle simulation on taking down Bandar Abbas and securing the Straits of Hormuz. So that battle plan, that operations plan, I'm sure is still there. So I think it's...
Oh my God. Yeah. So why haven't they used it exactly? Can you tell me that? That battle plan is still there. Why haven't they used it? It's because Iran fully and completely controls the Strait of Hormuz. You're not getting them out of there. It's just not going to happen.
It's important that we continue to put the pressure on them. They have been weakened militarily, but they are not defeated, and you can see that in their belligerence. And call me skeptic, but I do not trust Pakistan, Qatar, or Turkey being involved in any type of negotiations because after Iran, you're talking about some other major sponsor of Islamic terrorism in the world.
Hey, dumbass, nobody fucking trusts Pakistan or any of the other, Middle Eastern theocracies. Nobody trusts Iran either. The point is not to trust them to negotiate on their behalf. The point is to trust that they will relay messages accurately.
So why do you not, I agree with you, but I want to hear why do you not trust these other countries? Why do you not trust them?
Because Qatar is the #2 sponsor of Islamic terrorism in the world. Then you have Turkey, who is the #3 sponsor. And everyone knows that President Erdogan there in Turkey is a serious Islamist. He wants to return the dominance of the caliphate. Qatar has been playing,
I'm not sure about that. Wait a minute. That does not sound right to me. I don't believe that. Let's find out. No need to wonder. Just loaded up our question gun. Let's go answer hunting. See if we can find out. 1 second. Just trying to get more info here. Okay, apparently he is. It says he's drifted toward nationalism over Islamism in the last decade, I guess.
Both sides of the table. When Barack Obama released the Taliban 5, the senior military leaders of the Taliban, where did they go? They went to Qatar. And then, of course, when Joe Biden did this disastrous withdrawal, all 5 of them left Qatar and went right back to Afghanistan. So, and Pakistan has its own, internal, interests there. We're having good relations with Iran as well. As a matter of fact, the Pakistani president attended the funeral of the Ayatollah, which, of course, was held on our Independence Day weekend.
Yeah, lots Lots wrapped up in that. All right, Rick, I'm going to let you watch this. This is President Trump meeting with Lebanese president at the White House.
And just in the last 2 minutes or so, we watched as the Lebanese president exited the...
Ew, dude, is this Peter Doocy? Is that his name? Or he's the son of the other Doocy, right?
White House grounds. He was the president's guest earlier, and during an Oval Office sit-down, the president revealed that he isn't just trying direct diplomacy by talking to other world leaders. He is willing to try direct diplomacy by talking to terror group leaders, and he revealed this in the context of a meeting designed to try to figure out how to stop the war between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon.
Are you still speaking with Hezbollah? You said in previous interviews that you're speaking with Hezbollah.
I wouldn't say that, but I would speak to Hezbollah. Yeah. I speak to everybody.
Dumbass, you don't negotiate with terrorists. That's official U.S. policy, even though nobody follows it. If you negotiate with terrorists, then you have to give in to terroristic demands. The point is, if you don't negotiate with terrorists, you won't be subjected to terrorism. It doesn't really work that way, like realistic, like in practice, but whatever.
I'll speak to people that a lot of people think I shouldn't be speaking to, and things work out.
President Trump has also announced every time Iran kills an American soldier, they will pay for that killing many times over. This directive has been passed on to the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Daniel Kane, and...
Great, let's kill as many people as we can, right? Just light them up. Just fucking kill everybody. Men, women, and children. Anybody you can get. I don't understand, like, how these people justify saying and doing the things that they say and do.
Every leader in the military. Iran's commitment to disrupting traffic in the Strait of Hormuz has been affecting global commerce, but the president's core advisors now exist. The economy that's really hurting is inside Iran.
I mean, yeah, the Iranian economy has been in pain for a while, but they're independent enough that they seem to be able to survive on their own, with or without sanctions. They've been doing it this whole time.
We think the inflation rate is upwards of 180% in Iran. So, the government is causing the people to suffer, and we're going to keep pressing, but we're also going to marshal the resources and save the resources that we recover for the Iranian people when we get on the other side of this.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, it doesn't matter how much the inflation rate is or how much suffering there is. The Iranian people are not taking control, quote unquote. It's not happening, okay? You can forget that right now. And in the process of doing all of this, you are burning through money. U.S. money. You're burning through our treasury stockpile with absolutely nothing to show for it.
But as President Trump...
By the way, that 180%, that's nonsense. Absolutely not true. It reached 55 to 90% at one point. It is not anywhere near 180%. That is fucking absurd.
Prepares to attend a dignified transfer of the remains of these service members who have been killed over the last couple days by Iranian missiles or Iranian drones. He is making clear that the next phase of this war with Iran is all about retaliation and revenge.
Why? Why are we doing this? I don't understand. Get out. We have no place there, no right to be there.
For them.
All right, Rick, let me get your thoughts. President Trump, retaliation, revenge. I love the way he put the reporters in their place. Let me tell you, what do you think?
Yeah, I want to go back to the first thing that they were talking about. You know, we always had this, we don't talk to terrorists and we don't deal with terrorists, and I get that, but I think Trump's playing a different game here, and part of it's because, you know, I forget the guy's name in Syria that was, you know, an Al-Qaeda guy, but it was because it was either Al-Qaeda or ISIS, and he's actually turned out to be not nearly as bad as what we thought.
No, he's just as bad as we thought. He's talking about after Bashar al-Assad died in Syria, an ophthalmologist who took dictatorial control and gassed his own people in Syria. He was an evil person. After that happened, a literal actual terrorist from the actual real terrorist watch list took control in the country and then visited the fucking White House. And Trump was like, yeah, we'll work with him because he's willing to work with us. Like, literally fucking anybody will work with us, dumbass. Like, the United States is offering legitimacy to people. They get legitimacy by working with us. Obviously, they'd want to fucking work with us.
I think Trump is realizing that. We've got players in that region that might have some things in the past that would normally have kept us from talking to them, that the only way we're going to get to a resolution is talking to them. And, of course, it also comes from Trump's mindset that I can deal with anybody, I can make a deal with anybody, and I can bring anybody together and ultimately get the deal done. So he just has zero fear about doing that. So, anyway, that just struck me that comment that was made at the beginning of the interview there. Same thing, we all said last night, I think is still true tonight. The guy in the room, we trust him, and he's earned our trust to deal with these kind of players, and
he's earned our trust
and deal with this negotiation. And so I think the fear that should be put into the the hearts and minds of anyone anywhere in the world that wants to do harm to America, that mindset is back, and it wouldn't be there if it wasn't for Trump. So call it revenge, call it whatever you want, but if you take out any of our people, we're coming after you.
That would be revenge, first of all. And second, you are on their fucking turf, okay? Why the fuck are you there? Get out. We have no place in Iran right now. I just don't get their mindset.
And I love that. I think Americans absolutely love that about President Trump. Well, one ABC reporter heard a lot today from President Trump. Watch this one.
Mr. President, there are no signs that Iran is ready to stop fighting. So what is the plan? Is the plan to just keep bombing until they give up?
There are no signs. What, do you know something that I don't know?
Well, they continue to attack our allies and kill Americans.
You don't know what the dialogue is behind the scenes, that they want to meet desperately to try and end it because they're getting decimated. You don't get that when you listen to your fake station, but you don't know. You don't know anything.
So talks are
you know
still
something
possible,
that I don't know? Do you know something I don't know?
Well, tell us.
I will tell you, they want to desperately meet, and until they're ready to meet in a meaningful way, we have no interest in even.
All right, Pastor James Ward.
So Trump is the most knowledgeable person on this subject, and all of the media reporting, all of it is incorrect. Trump is telling us the truth and the media is wrong. That's the bottom line, right? Trump knows information that we don't know, and he's the most intelligent person there, and we can fully trust him to make the right decisions. That's what I'm picking up from what Trump is putting down, right?
You know something I don't know?
The thing I do know is that President Trump has a unique set of skills, and I'm so grateful that he's our commander-in-chief.
Oh, my God, the glazing is fucking painful.
During this time of a geopolitical upheaval, the rules of engagement have changed.
No, they haven't. The rules of engagement are largely set by the Geneva Conventions, which are international treaties. They cannot be changed by fucking Trump.
We're also dealing with something that's eschatological in nature, something that's fatalistic in nature.
Eschatology. Eschatological. Having to do with the end times. We're dealing with Armageddon, is what he's saying. This is an Armageddon level moment. And we're just waiting for Iran to reveal that they are secretly the Antichrist or whatever.
I think that President Trump is more than capable of dealing what needs to be done from the U.S.'s perspective and our interests. My prayer is also for the church and for the people of Iran. I think that those people have to be empowered. They've got to rise up. They've got to be equipped and protected to spawn a revolution from within, which is the other side of us being able to win this war. We need to.
That's not going to happen. There's just not going to be a revolution. There just isn't.
Partnership. We need to support the great people of Iran.
All right, here we go, Ed. Listen to what he says he'll do about the nukes.
And we will absolutely attack. The new site that they're talking about. I mean, how about these people? They're in this because of nuclear weapons, and they're trying to possibly reconstitute a site. We'll hit that site. Any site where they're even thinking about nuclear, we'll be hitting it very, very powerfully. Now, nobody knows, except the Iranians, the damage that we've done to them. We have done damage that will take them 20, 25 years to recover from.
I bet. And what'd you accomplish with all that? Anything at all?
So if we left tomorrow, we had a big success, but we're not leaving tomorrow.
All right, Ed, what do you think?
I think the president speaks near fluent Persian. Like that post where you saw, for every one of our service members we lose, we'll take out many more. That's a very Persian way to communicate in war. And I think the president is speaking.
Persians are violent and threaten people regularly. It's a very Persian thing to do, to be violent and threaten people. Is that what he's saying?
Directly to the Iranian leaders, a language that they completely understand. Now, on the other side of things, we've had
what is fucking wrong with him to say some shit like that?
A lot of discussions with Iran, and clearly they are not faithful to keeping any of the agreements that they've made. I said this 2 months ago on the show. The IRGC lies for a living. They think it's, honorable. Actually,
listen to these people talk about who lies for a living.
To lie to their enemies like they're doing right now. And I said this months ago, but war is hard. Secretary of State Rubio said, everything the military does is dangerous. And he's right about that.
Yeah, why the fuck are we doing it?
Even our retirement ceremonies. It's like everything we do has a little edge to it. And
then don't do it. We don't need to do it. World War II was a war worthy of fighting. But really think about this. What did we gain from the Vietnam War? What tangible benefit did we get from Vietnam? Did we get anything out of it? Anything at all? Looking back, what would the world look like today if we hadn't gone in and fucking killed a bunch of people in Vietnam? We gained nothing. Except for new war criminals in the United States. What are we gaining in Iran? What's the benefit going to be? What can we tally up in 50 years as things that made the United States better? What will we be able to tally up in 50 years as a direct result of the Iran war? Anything?
I'll just say, I think the president is weighing a lot of options right now. I think the next step after whatever discussions they have going on with the leadership right now is to move to take something. And I think, back on June 11th, the president mentioned Karg Island. It's a very strategic site, right in the Gulf. Handles about 90% of Iran's oil exports. That would put a big hit on China, who is clearly supporting Iran with weapons.
No. This is completely fabricated, what he's saying here. No. They are continuing to purchase oil from Iran. That's it. They're completely uninvolved in the struggle in any way. They're just continuing imports as they always had. The lies from these people are fucking wild. The shit that they are willing to make up to whip people into a blood frenzy, to get them willing to fucking kill people that they point to and say, I don't like.
And whatever else they're supporting them with. So I think there's a strategic move, not maybe taking forces directly into the land, but right onto the island, and maybe holding that essentially as a trade bait for whatever nuclear ambitions Iran has left. And I think there's a lot to be said. For those watching, I think the most important thing is to understand that, I know we get used to some like war being just a couple weeks old. War is a continuation of, political means by force, and it takes time for these things to unfold. And I think giving the president some patience to work this out with his team is important.
Yeah, without a doubt. And we are nowhere near previous wars as far as length of time.
Not so far. Is there an end in sight? The problem is that wars continue to build up and build up and build up and go on and continue, and they never fucking stop. That's the issue that everybody is concerned about, obviously.
Time. Now, none of us like it, but we're nowhere near the
yet
500 weeks plus.
No, how many weeks are we, though, in the Iran war? What are we at now? Are we at like 3 months now or something? He didn't get congressional approval. That's supposed to be illegal. It is illegal, and he's completely ignoring the courts and the law.
So let me ask you a question here, Lieutenant Colonel West. We're all of this concern, and getting rid of the nukes. What's to say that that's even going to work? Let's say Trump goes in there, total annihilation. You get this regime is either dead or gone or ousted or whatever. Another regime comes in. This is a way of life in that part of the country.
Building nukes is a way of life in that part of the country.
Regardless of how many nice Muslims we may think we know here, this is what they know. This is how they know. They want to crush Israel. They want to get rid of America. Are we just punting this down the road, kicking the ball down the road here a little bit?
Well, I hope not, because this has been going on for quite some time. And, Ed's a Marine, and I came on active duty 7 days after the Beirut barracks bombing of 23 October 1983. So this has always been something preeminent in my mind. But I think the most important thing is to understand that these are Persians. And let's stress that culture first and foremost, who were invaded and taken over by Muslim armies post Muhammad's conquering of Mecca. And so if we want to see a change there, we have to make sure that we get rid of those theocrats, those black robed clerics, imams, mullahs, ayatollahs, whatever you want to call it. We don't want them to be in that position. I think that
Wow, we don't like theocracy now. Okay, because you did like theocracy literally 3 minutes ago. What happened? You only like your theocracy? You don't like other people's theocracies?
That's what the people want. And it's so important that we create some type of dissension between that regime and their Praetorian Guard, which is the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, and the regular army and the people. And also you have a very strong military force and also an ethnic presence there in Iran with the Kurdish people. And so also we can look at how we can leverage them. But I think it's important that we stress that these are Persians, this is Persia. They have a great history, and not have them falling back to the Muslim conquest and invasion, and of course the Islamic Revolution of.
Yeah, you know what? Let's remind these people that in America, these white people, that they're originally from England, and their heritage links back to the Church of England. No Catholics. We need to remind people that Catholicism in America is wrong by force. So if we need to take out all of the Catholics in America, that's what we need to do to make sure they're all Protestants. Like, is he hearing himself? Is he hearing how fucking stupid he sounds?
The Ayatollah Khomeini.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pastor James, let me.
What's going on with Gene Bailey right now? Why is he like freezing and staying silent? Is he listening to somebody in his ear? What's happening?
Pastor James, let me. We have. This is a much bigger war that we're fighting than just what's on the ground. This is, there's been reference to eschatology, the concept of how this plays into end time events.
He said eschatological. I would call it eschatological personally, but he chose eschatological. All right. Eschatology, I guess. Eschatology is the idea that, or is end time beliefs, the belief in what is going to happen in Armageddon or whatever. And it exists in lots of different cultures and belief systems. You know, Islam has eschatological ideas, that kind of thing.
Events, all this happens. How do we keep our heads about us as Christians and keep going and praying the right way here?
Well, the name of the game is the gospel.
By the by, Shifty Lincoln, thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me.
Well, the name of the game is the gospel. The country of Iran needs the gospel. The church there is thriving, and we need to support the church. The gospel changes hearts and will ultimately lead to the overthrowing of the Islamic regime. When you're
I see. So if we want to take over Iran, what we should really be doing is sending missionaries in with machine guns that will gun down anybody who opposes them spreading the message of Jesus. Am I close? Is that about right?
dealing with people who don't value life, they don't value their own lives. They certainly don't value Israel. They don't value the United States. Their idea.
Oh, fucking please. Iran is not the source of Muslim suicide bombers that the United States has historically dealt with. Iran is a completely different branch of Islam, unconnected in any way to the Sunnis who were attacking, you know, the World Trade Center and whatever. He has to know that. Does he not know that? Is he dumb as dog shit, or is he lying is the real question.
Of fatalistic, it's a twisted form of martyrdom that's behind the Islamic government. And that's why it's so critical for us to pray as believers, as Christians, to continue to pray and to strengthen the church there in Iran, but to also see the people rise up in hope and to see the fruit of the gospel in terms of the liberty that it brings. We need to continue to stay on the wall to do warfare. Even as our president is leading the military efforts, we need to have that same vigilance spiritually to do warfare in the spirit and to continue to intercede for the nation of Iran.
So true. All right, today, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth says Iran is at its weakest point. Here's the words.
God, they've been saying that for how fucking long, though? They've been saying that shit since literally day one of the war. Wait. Okay.
Iran is at the weakest point militarily it has ever been in the past decade. Certainly, maybe in 47 years, as they've gathered effectively a terror army. And that terror army was built to try to create conventional capability to defend against a pursuit of nuclear weapons, which meant thousands of ballistic missiles, many of which we have destroyed, others of which they have put inside facilities and hidden in underground facilities. And that's what terror regimes would do. So I acknowledge they still have capabilities, no doubt.
They're obviously trying to weaponize the war on terror rhetoric that was going around in the 2000s during the Bush administration.
But the amount of damage that we've done to them over the course of these series of operations has put them in the worst place they've ever been.
Okay, Rick. So Secretary of War Hegseth was asking for more money, asking for about $1 trillion plus, you know, to be able to. Is this something we need to be concerned about?
Well, I take it back to what the Colonel said. You know, Colonel West is right. This is these are Persian people that have an incredible history. It was a very, very different nation 47 years ago. Look, it wasn't America, but it was a constitutional monarch with most people, you know, having most levels of freedom.
47 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, that was around the time that the United States had implemented or installed a dictator into Iran, right? Is that the same regime? Are we talking about the same regime here? The United States put a dictator in who was brutal and fucking treated the people of Iran terribly, the Shah of Iran, until they had a revolution to overthrow him. and institute their own government?
And they can be restored to that. But that's 47 years of a tyrannical regime pouring the poison into the minds of those kids for 2 generations, essentially. So we don't know what the soil is like. We don't know how hard it's going to be just from a cultural perspective. Are we going back into Japan, for instance, and sending in guys like Deming to be able to remake the education system and the culture? Is that what it's going to take after the military part's already won? What Pete's talking about is just the military part. And what the straits are worth to us. And that, going back to that topic, I mean, that's hard to put a number on, but I can only imagine what the price of oil would be if you no longer had any threat from the Islamic regime of Iran.
Really? You can't imagine? Because we had that exact situation 6 months ago. It was that exact thing. Iran was not threatening the global oil markets because the United States was leaving them the fuck alone. You can't imagine what was going on 6 months ago?
Or they're proxies. So if you move all of that terrorism off the table, you open up the straits completely, there's more of a free flow. Iran is able to sell on the open market in the world. I mean, the economic benefit to not just us, but the whole world, I can't figure out that number, but I know it's...
You can't. That's what it was 6 months ago.
Huge, and I think that has to be on the mind of President Trump, and he's even alluded to it several times. Stick with me, stick with me, stick with me. It's going to be worth it in the long run. I think that's what he's genuinely saying. So anyway, I'm just trying to do a cost-benefit analysis here to what Pete's asking, or I'm sorry, Secretary Hegseth is asking for, and what the long-term payoff, the return on investment to the American people, above and beyond the human part of this, and freeing the people of Iran, and stopping the terrorism against not just Israel, but the entire world.
Okay, I think the people of Iran want you to leave them the fuck alone.
We talked about this months ago.
Like, the problem is the Iranian leadership is genuinely terrible. I'll give them that. They're awful. I don't like Muslim theocracies any more than I like Christian ones. But at the end of the day, this is not our issue. It's not our problem, and it's not even something that we can solve. We are not capable of solving this problem. This has to be solved from within. What do you think would happen if China came in and tried to take out Trump or something and install their own dictator? Do you think anybody, any single individual, would stand for a Chinese dictator standing in for any U.S. president? This is pure, unadulterated delusion. Where the fuck is the Dragon's Tear? Here it is. Damn. Couldn't find that shit.
When it came up about Karg Island, that there was actually a potential for it to be bombed the coming weekend. It may have been end of May, beginning of June. Yet that hasn't happened. So I believe you're right, Rick. I believe President Trump is showing great restraint. However, if we took Karg Island and controlled that, it would do exactly what you're saying. It would change the whole oil landscape of the world, especially when aligned to China and the rest of these China countries that are aligned.
These China countries.
Lined up Russia. All right, but we're gonna move on. But before we do, Pastor Ward, would you please pray for President Trump, pray for all of the families of those fallen soldiers, but also that we continue to see victory here.
Be happy to. Father, we come to you in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. And Lord, we pray your peace, the peace that passes all understanding over these Gold Star families, that you would comfort their hearts and that your grace would be upon them, Father. We pray for our president as commanded in your word, Lord God, that you would give him wisdom, that you would give him keen insight, Lord.
I would love that. Yes. Everything about that, please. Why hasn't God given Trump wisdom yet? Is it possible maybe God doesn't support Trump? That can't be the case, right?
Your will be done in the nation of Iran and in the nations of the world, Father. We pray for the church there, Lord. Let there be revival. Let there be an outpouring of your spirit, Lord.
Okay, now you've prayed for that. Let it happen on God's terms. God will handle it, right? He doesn't need your ass interfering with anything.
God. We take authority over every work of the enemy. We pray against every work of darkness, Lord. We pray that you would topple that regime because you are the one who sets up government and takes down another. We declare that Jesus is Lord over the nation and the people of Iran. In Jesus' name we pray.
Jesus is Lord over the people of Iran. What the fuck? These people are so fucking broken inside. Anyway, tell me what you think about it in the comments. Like, I don't even know what to fucking do about these people. Let me tell you this, though. How do we get out of this situation as a country? We turn off the propaganda. That's it. We turn off the propaganda. And boom, just like that, it all clears up. Trump supporters fall away. People stop, freaking out about insane shit. If Fox News were to go away, if Newsmax were to go away, this all clears up nearly instantly. How do we dig ourselves out of this fascist hole that Trump has put us in? At the end of the day, Fox News made Donald Trump's suit and he just stepped into it. At the end of the day, somebody like Donald Trump was going to exist because Fox News was creating them. He was just the one that stepped in. If we shut off the propaganda, this all ends. Like reinstating the fairness doctrine. If you talk about one political candidate or, political representative or whatever, you have to talk about their opponent for an equal amount of time. That was the fairness doctrine. If you talk about one candidate or party negatively, you have to talk about the other one negatively for just as long. That would be one solid way of turning off the propaganda machine, at least dulling it. But something needs to be done about the propaganda machine, because it's so easy to take advantage of it right now. And it's being taken advantage of by everybody all along the road.
Amen.
Amen.
Yeah, tell me what you think about it in the comments. Insane. Absolutely fucking insane. Okay. There should be a part 2 here, but I'm not sure if it'll be of interest. Let's see, 22, 18, yeah, part 2. Here we go. Closing prayer for Iran regime change. Panel criticized Democratic candidate Tallarico's outreach to black voters as divisive. Oh, here we go. Oh boy. Yeah, let's watch this. Next. Just checking through the chat. I feel like there's something I was supposed to be doing, but I don't remember what it is now. The fuck was it? Oh, well. All right, let's continue. This is a TV show called Flashpoint. It is a pro-Trump right-wing extremist show. It's basically Trump theology. It's insane. They believe that he is the Son of Man sent to Earth to bring about God's kingdom on Earth. Seriously. Let's give this a listen.
To show you Rick Green's favorite politician. Well, here in Texas, you know who I'm talking about. It's got to be James Tallarico.
What is the message that you are speaking to African Americans in Texas that will get them to not only vote for you, but vote for you in significant numbers?
Yeah, this has been our top priority since the primary, is healing the divisions from that race and bringing our coalition back together. And it's my responsibility as the Democratic nominee to earn the trust, earn the respect, earn the votes of every black Texan. You know, the Democratic Party has a history of taking black voters for granted, of assuming that black Texans, black Americans are going to show up and vote for Democratic candidates. The fastest way to lose any election is to take voters or take communities for granted, to assume that they're just going to support your party or support your candidate. And our campaign is doing the exact opposite. I am out there treating every black voter as a swing voter. The same is true in the Latino community. The same is true with young people. We are, as a campaign, actively showing up, listening to, investing in black communities. And
What's the problem with any of this? I don't understand. Why are people complaining here exactly? Why are they even playing this? He's just saying, you know, he's appealing to the black voting coalition. So?
I've been honored to worship in black churches across Texas. I've been honored to meet with black elected officials and black community leaders across the state. We did a tour of our HBCUs. We held a town hall at Prairie View A&M, and then I was honored to give the commencement address at Paul Quinn College, the oldest HBCU in Texas. And so we've got a lot more work to do, but this is the priority of our campaign at the current moment.
Okay, Rick, I know it's...
Why? I don't understand. Why is this funny? Why is he laughing? I'm lost. What's funny?
Probably not right for the two of the three white guys on the show to comment first, but I'm going to go with you first.
Why is it not appropriate for the white guys to comment first? I thought you didn't see race, Gene.
Because this guy makes me want to throw up, and I'm not black, but I'm like, come on. This is so obvious.
Oh my.
What? I don't understand what he's talking about. What is he upset about? I'm just so fucking lost.
My goodness. No, actually, you know, Gene, it is okay for us to comment first because I think all five of us on the program tonight are the opposite of James Tallarico. We don't see each other based on race. We don't separate everybody. Listen to how he talks. Listen to the Democrat Party strategy. We got to go after black people over here. We got Hispanic people over here, and you know this color over here, or this transgender group. They separate everybody into.
We're not separating jack shit. I'm the one separating people. Are you fucking kidding me?
To these groups instead of saying you're a Texan, I'm a Texan. Here's why you should support me. Well, I can get.
Oh, so you're saying we should separate people on like nationalistic grounds, not on race, but on where you live specifically. Okay, well, you're still saying you want to separate people based on some intrinsic quality about them, so.
Guarantee you he's not going to win the support of red, white, yellow, black, or brown Texans being, against barbecue, against, white people in general, dividing everybody into race, against any kind of, Jesus now is binary according to this guy.
No, Jesus is binary? Is that what he just said?
Against any kind of, Jesus now is binary according.
Jesus is binary? Yes, Jesus is binary. Like, either man or woman. We know Jesus was a man, right? He identified as a man, so he was a man. So he is binary, yes.
According to this guy, all he really thinks about is trans kids. That's his own quote.
No, completely fabricated.
Listen, I can't see him winning in any ethnic community, let alone I can't see him winning in the state in general, let alone in any specific ethnic community. But
Okay, well, Rick Green is incorrect here. Let me show you something that I wrote. I was a software engineer before YouTube. I did it for many years, and honestly, I've been programming since I was 9 in C. Old school C, not even C++. C, motherfucker. Class stacks are too big for this dude. I went with function stacks only. Anyway, so I wrote this program in Angular, not to toot my own horn, not to put a puff in my own petticoat. Toot toot, baby. Anyway, yeah, I wrote this program. It's wavemap.us. You can check it out. And it's got it models my election prediction model, which I call the wave model, which basically includes all the standard predictors, generic ballot environment. How popular are Democrats or Republicans at any given moment? Is there some issue happening in the country that would lean it one way or another? Talking about trans children pushes the generic ballot environment toward Republicans. talking about Trump having people murdered with ICE pushes it toward Democrats. Right now, the generic ballot environment is favoring Democrats +4, I believe. But here's how much it changes it. If it favors Democrats by 25, you should see, like, and this is -5, this is +5 in Republicans' direction. It can change things a lot. That's why culture war issues are so important to Republicans. Right now, it's D+4. Presidential approval rating, 42% is incorrect. I actually have to correct this. I thought I corrected this, and it didn't take for some reason. Consumer sentiment, 45. That is the lowest it has ever been. Ever. Right direction. Is the country moving in the right direction? If there's a Republican in office, and a lot of people feel it is, Republicans have higher success. If it's a Democrat in office, they don't feel like it is, then Republicans have success. That's how it works. And it can change things a good bit, too. It just kind of edges things out a little bit. Right now, it's at 36. I think it may even be lower. Incumbency advantage is more of a constant. Okay, so now that's all the standard stuff. This is my wave model. This is what I changed. Looking at all of the special election results in the country, we're seeing a multiplier of 2 in how many Democrats are coming out to vote right now. 2 times as many. And if that held strong across the country, this is what the Senate election would look like, 60-40. Texas, clear blue. Kentucky, pretty blue. Louisiana would even be blue. Everything would be blue. I don't think we're going to see that because special elections are weighted toward the extremes. So I think we can probably expect more like 1.5 times as many Democratic votes and 1.05x as many Republicans. That's pretty standard. Texas is very clearly blue. In my opinion, Tallarico is absolutely going to win. I will be surprised if he doesn't. And if my wave model holds up, and I'm being conservative about it, I think we're looking at 250 Democratic seats and 167 Republican seats, to 55 Democratic Senate seats to 44 Republican Senate seats. That's what I think we're going to see. 55 or 56, depending on how South Carolina goes. But we'll see.
I get sickened by the
Hey, if I'm right, you guys got to sign up for my Patreon. It's a requirement. It's a legal requirement. We've made a deal. If Tallarico wins, you all have to sign up to my Patreon.
the separation into all these categories. And, you know, I know Colonel West well enough to know he feels that way. James Ward is what I want to be when I grow up because he's got the voice of this incredible deep voice, and he's always calm when he speaks. So, you know, I don't know, brother. Can I do that as a white guy, or can we only do that in certain ethnic categories? Anyway.
The fuck is he going on about right now?
I just wish we could get away from the categories of black, white, yellow, black. All this, it's silly.
Well, yes, absolutely. I would love that. That would be fantastic if we didn't have to think about race like that. That would be amazing. But the problem is that Republicans are literally actually setting out to ruin people's fucking lives because they're black. Maybe that's not you, Rick Green. Maybe it's not you. Maybe you're the most honest Republican ever, and you're just a really nice guy who genuinely wants to help the black community. Maybe. But there are definitely Republicans out there trying to fucking ruin black people's lives at any cost. And until that's dealt with, we have to grapple with race. That's just what it is.
And you know,
and it's anti-biblical. It's anti-biblical, by the way. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Right. The only thing he didn't say is, I have black friends too. You know, I was like,
yeah.
Come on.
I don't understand. I don't get it. What the fuck are they talking about? Tallarico said I don't have black friends? What?
I was waiting on that line. All right, I'm gonna go to you, Lieutenant Colonel West.
What if we're already signed up? Then you're good, I guess. I'll say you're good.
Let's let you say your piece.
Well, I'm just waiting for him to come out and start with the Hillary Clinton line. I don't feels no ways tied, because that's what always happens with these.
What is he talking about?
Folks that go into the black community. But how do you sit and go into the black community and talk about the fact that since 1973, Roe v. Wade, over 25 million black babies have been dismembered in the womb? How do you talk?
Okay, that's not true, first of all. That's not how anything works. That's not how anything has ever worked. And second, abortions are personal choices that people make for their own lives. You trying to take personal choice away in the United States? It sounds like that's what you're doing, right?
Talk about, how do we repair the black family, which of course the policies of Lyndon Johnson and the Great Society when he was there. And
oh my God, dude, just the propaganda, the fire hose of falsehoods.
Of course, he was a senator, a Democrat senator from Texas, destroyed that black community, and we only have 24% of black children have mothers and fathers in the home.
So that line of propaganda is basically him saying the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. That's what he means when he lays that down. When he says Lyndon B. Johnson, the guy who pushed the Civil Rights Act, was a bad person, he's saying the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. That is fucking vile. What is wrong with you?
How do you talk to them about the fact that he does not stand for educational freedom and parental choice in education? Because the left, they believe that the teachers' unions are more important than a good quality education or the access to it. So
I'm sorry? What? You can't have good quality education and pay teachers well? They're mutually exclusive? It's impossible to do both? What are you fucking smoking?
So, if he wants to go down and talk about D.A. white man being so bad, that message is not going to resonate. And I think that he will find that there
Wait, when did he say the white man is bad?
are more and more Texans that are leaning towards safety and security in their communities, economic opportunities, educational opportunities, and they want to see the restoration of the American dream, which is not what the Marxist left and, of course, the Democrat Socialists of America, which are supporting him, are promoting.
I'm not promoting what exactly?
That are leaning towards safety and security in their communities, economic opportunities,
Yeah, so Democrats don't want economic opportunity in their communities, is what he just said. Democrats are trying to actively set out to destroy America because they don't want to see it succeed because that means they're wrong or something. Like, what are you fucking smoking? This is the type of insane shit that Trump supporters hear day in and day out. They do not get a break from this shit. Is it really a surprise when you hear some of the most insane shit come out of their mouths? Like, unglued from reality shit.
Educational opportunities, and they want to see the restoration of the American dream, which is not what the Marxist left and, of course, the Democrat Socialists of America, which are supporting him, are promoting.
Yeah, without a doubt. Thank you for repeating exactly what I told you earlier. Okay. Pastor, I'm sorry, I got off. And here's the other thing, James. Now, as a Texan, that guy does all of his ads standing by or in a truck. And it's just not going to, we don't buy it. We don't buy it in front of a Tesla, maybe. He would fit in front of a Tesla, but he doesn't fit in front of a truck. Oh, sorry.
A Prius.
A Prius.
He needs to be standing in front of a Prius.
Yeah, not even a Tesla.
I don't understand the joke. What the fuck are they talking about right now?
Prius. James, your thoughts?
Yeah, we've all heard the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. And
But that's not actually the definition of insanity, obviously. You know that, right?
This is a wake-up call for the black community, man. Let me be real. because it's abusive, and the Democratic Party has done.
It's abusive. It's abusive to signal your support for the black community after they've been historically oppressed by Republicans. You're saying it's abusive to show that you stand with the black community to support them. Okay.
Nothing for the black community. And it's time for us to wake up and recognize that they've co-opted black struggle, black victimization, along with, gay issues and transgender issues. They combine those things and coalesce those things as a voting bloc. The Democratic Socialist is the future of the Democratic Party. And it's time for us to wake up and have a true revival within the black community. I think that if we don't see some intervention in the black community, we're in crisis. We're on a path to extinction, and the Democratic Party has done nothing for us, and it's time for us to wake up and to come back to...
Right, because the Republicans are definitely going to help the black community, right? For sure they're going to help them. Democrats haven't done much, but Republicans definitely going to help them.
Faith in God and true principles that are actually going to restore marriage and family and strong economic and educational policy for our people group.
Okay, Ed, I'll let you, you're California. We'll let you talk anyway. Go ahead.
Actually, I was watching that whole speech that he gave, and I was thinking about it from a different perspective. If you took the transcript of everything that James Talrico said, a Republican could have said the exact same words. Honestly, it was that bland, actually, and milquetoast.
Yeah, it was very standard stuff. I don't know what these people are bitching about. What are you even complaining about right now?
And I was looking at him and I was thinking, that one thing the Democrat Party does really well is training and recruiting. They find these people, they groom them, for lack of a better term.
What? Is he saying that part of the political process is sexually preparing people to be taken advantage of? I know that word groom is correctly used in that context because grooming can have non-sexual connotations too. It can just mean you're preparing somebody for a position. But this is Flashpoint. That's not how they took that word, grooming. Is he saying he thinks that that the Democratic Party, their whole bit is trying to sexually exploit people? Like that's the whole thing?
They teach them how to communicate directly into a camera and say the lines that they're going to say. I don't think they mean half of what they say. I think they truly believe that their cause is worth lying about or lying for. And I feel like...
why would they be lying? Are they Marxist or not? They're lying and pretending to be Marxists? I'm just so goddamn lost, dude.
On our side, we should, while we disagree with the beliefs of that party, and while we disagree with the agenda and certainly the trajectory, I think we should take some notes on how they find, acquire, and train young leaders. I think we need to start finding, acquiring, and training young leaders.
See, this is fascinating. He's doing exactly what they've been doing for a long time. This is the Republican playbook, actually. Here, this is a fantastic explainer for what they're doing. They pick out a method of operation that is really unethical and evil that they want to do, and they claim the other side is doing it, so they have to do it too. The other guys are grooming people and lying and taking advantage of the situation and trying to, spread propaganda and everything. So we have to propagandize for Jesus. We have to do all of that for Jesus or for Donald Trump.
When we look back on Hitler went for the youth. The enemy always goes for the youth. We must take up arms and go for our youth, arms of the truth and of godly principles.
So they're justifying lying, twisting things around, propagandizing, whatever it takes to succeed against the big evil Democrats, because the Democrats did it first or are doing it now, even though they're not. And that justifies literally anything that we do, up to and including what Hitler did. Even comparing themselves to Hitler. Yeah, we have to do what Hitler did because Democrats are that evil. That's the game plan here.
Young leaders. I think we need to start finding, acquiring, and training out young leaders. I was telling Rick, I was telling Gene before you joined us on the show, I had an opportunity to see some clips from Rick's group when they were in the courthouse in Delaware, the old several hundred-year courthouse. They were doing their oaths. I got to talk to one of his leaders because he's, thinking about going into the military as a pilot. And I thought that's more like it, man. Let's start getting people. Like instead of the 18-year-old kid who's a really good communicator, all of a sudden the church makes him a youth pastor. Why don't we train him? Send him to Rick's school or like somewhere else, teach him how to lead and how to communicate.
Biblical citizenship training is Rick's school, quote unquote. He trains people to pass citizenship tests about the Bible. In an ideal world, in Rick Green's mind, people would have to pass a citizenship test, or people would have to pass a Bible test to be citizens of the United States. And he trains people to pass these biblical citizenship tests. It's fucking psychotic. Whoop, sorry. Hold on.
Communicate so that we can fill the Senate and the House and, the White House and the Supreme Court in the next 40 years with good, godly men and women who want to serve our King.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, those of you watching at home.
Hold on. Let me just listen to this real fast. I just TTS'd a file. Let's see how it sounds.
Cheater by Orson Scott Card. Hanzu was the bright and shining hope of his family. It was very hard to learn and even harder to put on computers, so the government changed all the books to pinyin. You are a brilliant little boy, said father. The Chinese people were punished for the death of Yuan Shikai. First, the Japanese invaded China and many died. Then the communists took over the government and ruled as evil emperors for 100 years, growing rich from the slavery of the Chinese people.
I feel like the pausing is a little weird, and there's a bit of a wobble in the voice, right, for a second there.
Asked Sue, who at that age had no idea of what tests were or why someone else's blood would be in his veins. But being rich is not enough to be emperor. Neither is being smart.
There's a pausing problem right there, right? You could hear the breath and then a weird pause.
Neither is being smart, though from your mother and me you will grow up to be both. Some of them were fun, and Sue was very good at many of them. Children were also brought to him, boys who liked to wrestle and race, girls who wanted to play with dolls and dress up in adult clothing. Then the tutor would bring out a new shape, and they'd start over. He was also given logic.
I think the pausing is actually okay, because once you start playing it at like 1.5 speed or double speed like you do audiobooks, it sounds much better.
Cheater by Orson Scott Card. Hanzu was the bright and shining hope of his family. It was very hard to learn and even harder to put on computers, so the government changed all the books to pinyin. You are a brilliant little boy, said father. The Chinese people were punished for the death of Yuan Shikai. First, the Japanese invaded China and many died. Then the communists took over the government and ruled as evil emperors for 100 years, growing rich from the slavery of the Chinese people. Asked Sue, who at that age had no idea of what tests were.
Not bad. I think it's pretty decent. I've been working with text-to-speech for a while, just trying to get it exactly right, because I don't know. I like reading old out-of-print books about World War II that haven't been, like, released to the public or hadn't been publicly available in 75 years or longer, 100 years. I love reading books like that, and it's hard to sit down and read when I have like, you know, a lot of work to do or whatever. So I will sit there and listen to a book while I make thumbnails, clean up files, whatever. And so I wanted to get TTS down, text to speech. I wanted to get it to sound as human as possible so that it's easier to go through a book like that, right? And I've been doing this for like years, working on text to speech. And I've got it down pretty fucking good now. That voice is okay, but I've got some really good voices here. Let me show you. We're going to be listening to this in a little while. Nope. I did not mean to click in the witnesses were silent, but fuck it. Why not? Let's see how it sounds. Give it a second to load, because it's... There it is.
Outgrown social ghettoization.
Okay, let's jump back to the beginning. See how it sounds.
Introduction. How can we reassess what happened to keep it from poisoning us and setting a pattern for what is yet to come? With Fado Gardini, this study was accepted in 1970 as a doctoral dissertation by the Evangelical Theological Faculty at the University of Hamburg. For years it went unpublished, since it contradicted much of the accepted thought among veterans of the Kirchenkampf, church struggle, and leading church historians.
That's fully text-to-speech. I did that. That's really fucking good, right? And then the other one that we're going to be reading later today.
If they just did something, like vote, or threw their windows open and spoke up, making their voices heard, even if ridiculed or canceled. Daniel knew the risks. Loss of livelihood, honor, and life. The lion's den. Like the 3 Hebrews were tossed into the fire, Daniel was tossed into the hungry lion's den.
It's not perfect. Sometimes you get weird prosody is what it's called. Weird speech. It goes up and down and wavers in a weird way, but it's pretty good, I think.
This time, instead of the 4th man showing up in the fire, God sent an angel to muzzle the mouths of the lions. In the morning, Darius was so beside himself with joy, he proclaimed, I issue a decree that in every part of my kingdom people must fear and reverence the God of Daniel. And Daniel prospered. He was another tsunami of light that overpowered the attempted tsunami of darkness, because one person drew a line and stood their ground.
That's fucking good, I think. So good. That prosody is top fucking tier, in my opinion. Where were we, though? I believe we were right here. Yeah, we'll continue from here. That's where... Yeah. Anyway. I'm just really impressed with it. With the quality on that one. I've been working on it. It's taken me so long to get right, but... One second. Hang on. All right, awesome. We'll come back to this. Let's continue with it with Flashpoint here. This is a TV show called Flashpoint. Trump theologists, they're out of their gourds, drunk on Trump. And it's useful to understand what this side of the political divide is doing, what their market research shows them is most beneficial. So let's give this a listen.
You have to understand, there's the show of what you see here, and then there's usually a text thread that's going on, you know, off air at the same time, you know, so
No, I don't know. Why do you keep saying you know? Please just say it straight. Why is he dancing around this subject? Just say it.
off air at the same time. So I either
So many crutch words in one sentence.
get it on my. So Ed decides to send this text. When you do the quotes on X today, please don't forget, quote, "I'm not black" by Gene Bailey.
They showed the whole clip and Gene went, "Well, I'm not black." It was the first thing I thought. Well, so every time they quote, every time on Twitter, for those of you who aren't on X, they put one of our quotes and then like our at Ed Rush Pilot, whatever my thing is. And so I thought, well, today maybe they should just put Gene's on there and just say, "I'm not black."
Because I don't have enough controversy in my life. That's right.
Is there controversy behind this? I don't understand. The fuck are you talking about?
Well, Gene, I thought that was funny. I thought, we know.
James, yes.
Gene, according to Joe Biden, I'm not black. He said this, I am black.
Right. So you said the exact same thing that Joe Biden said, that you fucking ragged on him for literal years. And you're laughing it off when you say it. It's okay when you say it, but not when others say it, apparently.
Oh, that's funny.
Two of us, man.
All right. You know what I think? These are great clips. I think Mickey Mouse is racist.
Is Mickey Mouse racist?
Mickey Mouse is not racist.
It's not racist. According to the Smithsonian Institution, one of your exhibits...
Well, there were some Mickey Mouse cartoons that were really racist, weren't there? What's his name? Hang on. Let me see if I can find info on this one. Mickey Mouse debuted as the deckhand Steamboat Willie in 1928 amidst a rising anxiety felt by many that modern living and city life were eroding family and community ties and loosening moral codes. The mischievous mouse, not yet refashioned as sweet and lovable, knew how to navigate an increasingly contemporary and chaotic world with shameless audacity and sass. But the new character's outsized facial features, white gloves, and trickster temperament were vestiges of long-standing traditions of blackface. Wait, what's it? Minstrelsy? Never seen that term before. Interesting. I hadn't thought about that. Mickey Mouse, the original design of Mickey Mouse was made to kind of mimic and mock blackface, minstrel shows and stuff. Huh. I'm just looking here 1 second. So let's just listen to more of this and we'll come back in a second.
Referenced Mickey Mouse as representing, quote, vestiges of long-standing traditions of blackface minstrelsy. Would you describe that as racist?
No, the historical trajectory of the origins of Mickey Mouse tie directly
so Mickey Mouse is rooted in racism. Is that your testimony?
No, sir, it's rooted in minstrelsy.
Minstrelsy, and you don't think that blackface minstrelsy is racist?
Well, are you making your own argument for her then? I'm sorry. Are you making her argument for her then? Because it sounds like he is, right? Minstrelsy was racist. Yes, blackface was racist, obviously. Is that even a question? And apparently Mickey Mouse was based on the whole minstrel thing, yes.
It had certain unobvious racial overtones that have been well documented.
You think that that's problematic, that Mickey Mouse also has those racial overtones?
I don't think anybody gives a fuck today because he's just a character today. But we should, it should be in a museum, right? Shouldn't that be part of recorded history that was the origin? Why wouldn't it be recorded history? Do you have a problem with this going in history books? Because this is at a literal museum. Yes, this should be in a museum. right?
It's not for me to determine what's problematic. It's determined to me what's accurate.
Is that right?
Rick, is he racist?
Is he racist? Or is he saying, was that guy racist? Or is he saying, is Mickey Mouse racist? Mickey Mouse is not racist, but it was built on racist history, without a doubt. Obviously, yes. Right? What the fuck are these people talking about? I don't understand.
Mickey racist? Say it ain't so.
Who talks that way? The trajectory of the history of Mickey Mouse. I mean, first of all, hats off to Brandon Gill. This kid is phenomenal. He has done such a good job in Congress already. Of course, a Texan and doing a great job of making these people look like fools. It's kind of a praise the Lord on the Smithsonian thing. So much is finally getting exposed. They have been so bad for so long. So much communism, so much anti-Americanism.
Communism at the Smithsonian? Fucking what? What are they talking about?
In the Smithsonian, of all places, and of course we pay for it, right? That's our tax dollars. So thankfully, a lot of hard work by the Bartons and others, and the Trump administration has been willing. I got to brag on, I can't name names, but some Patriot Academy grads that are serving in the White House that have been part of this to help uncover this. We got a lot of work to do in the Park Service, at a lot of our landmarks where they still push this racist agenda. And
I mean, Mickey Mouse was built on a racist history. That's indisputable, factual. That's just what it is. I'm sorry you don't like that.
Dividing Americans, but man, I'm thrilled that the Smithsonian stuff is getting exposed, and the White House did a fantastic paper. A lot of my graduates were working on that, exposing this. So y'all pray that we get some good people over there, and we can finally make that an institution we can be proud of once again.
All right.
You know, this is really sad. I found this clip the other day. Listen to this clip. And this reminds me, or this makes me think of what's happening to these two people right now. These two black dudes on screen. Listening to them discuss whether Mickey Mouse, or let me rephrase, whether minstrel shows and blackface are racist. They obviously are. And Mickey Mouse was obviously based on blackface minstrel design. Now, watch this clip here.
I went to Harvard Law School. I've got a lot of degrees and awards. I've won cases at the U.S. Supreme Court, and I've been in courtrooms representing clients, getting there early, sitting at defense counsel's table, where the judge will walk in and immediately get mad at me. The judge will look at me and say, hey, you get back out there in the hallway. I don't want any defendants sitting in my courtroom without their lawyer. And I have to stand up and say, well, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I am the lawyer. I didn't introduce myself. My name is Brian Stevenson. I have to try to de-escalate this situation. And I was doing that recently. I was in a courtroom in the Midwest, and the judge started laughing, but it wasn't an apologetic laugh. And it kind of angered me. And the prosecutor started laughing. They thought it was so funny. And I was sitting there getting angry. And then I thought, oh no, Brian, you can't get angry. You need to smile. You may need to laugh. And I felt that way. I thought that way because my client was not going to be able to leave that county. I was able to leave that county and never come back based on the way I was treated if I chose to do that. But my client was going to have to stay there. So when they were laughing, I smiled. And then I eventually chuckled. Client came in, we did the hearing. But I remember sitting in my car after that hearing thinking, wow, here I am, this middle-aged black man. I'm in my best suit. I actually argued the case at the Supreme Court that we were trying to implement. I've got all of these degrees and awards, and I'm still required to laugh at my own humiliation to do justice for my client. That's not right. That's not fair. And I'm getting old enough to know that when you have to constantly navigate presumptions of dangerousness and guilt because of your color, when you have to tell your children how to survive a police encounter, what to do and what not to do, how they can't do the things that their white friends can do because they're going to be burdened with this presumption, when you have to constantly navigate this world, it's exhausting. And I want something better. I want something better for everybody. And that's why the commitment to truth-telling, the commitment to building institutions that help us understand the harms of history is such a priority.
The point is that these two black dudes are sitting here listening to these people laugh about the original designs of Mickey Mouse and say that minstrel shows were not racist. I mean, that's what the guy said. He didn't say the Mickey Mouse design isn't racist. He said, is it based on minstrel shows? Are minstrel shows racist? That, God, dude, how can they possibly support the right when they do shit like this constantly? That is absolutely wild to me.
I agree. Lieutenant Colonel West, let me show you this. This is another clip from our friend Brendan Gill talking about white supremacy and being polite.
Yes,
is it important to be polite?
Excuse me, sir?
Is it important to be polite?
Yes, sir.
It's also interesting because the same mass action toolkit that your organization has been promoting references politeness as a defining characteristic of white supremacy culture.
I doubt it. Being polite? No, nobody has a problem with people being polite. People should be polite, obviously. I have no idea what he could possibly even be talking about here.
Ma'am, are you a white supremacist?
No, sir.
You're not. Can you help me square why your organization says that being polite is part of being a white supremacist?
I'm not exactly familiar with that passage of the Mass Action Toolkit, which is not
I can show you the
one that we
passage right
developed.
here.
I don't.
Okay, well, obviously she can't see it. But hey, give me a second. I'm just trying to find what this is about. I would like to know what the fuck he's talking about. Give me a second. Sorry, I'm still trying to find information on this. Having trouble. All right, we'll keep listening for a second while I look.
Pardon me?
I said I just read you the passage from it.
But he didn't. He didn't read the passage. One more time.
I'm not exactly familiar with that passage of the Mass Action Toolkit, which is not
I can show you the
one that we
passage right
developed.
here.
What? He didn't read the passage. There was no passage read.
Pardon me?
I said I just read you the passage from it.
He didn't.
Okay, Colonel West, what do you think?
Well, look, it wasn't too long ago that the Smithsonian had the bust of Margaret Sanger there on display.
That's right.
And if you want to talk about...
Okay. The material apparently ties traits to white supremacy culture. I'm not exactly sure how. Lists objectivity as a characteristic of white supremacy culture. The crisp be polite phrasing. I'm just reading through here. Wait, I'm sorry. So the framing politeness is white supremacy is absurd and not how it was framed. I'm trying to find the the document, like the actual document itself, and I'm having a lot of trouble here. I don't know what the fuck that guy was talking about, but it was not framed that way in the document.
The ultimate white supremacist, a woman who referred to blacks as undesirables, and we spoke at Klan rallies. And of course, she founded, Planned Parenthood, and 70 to 73% of Planned Parenthood clinics are located in the black community.
So people are allowed to make choices for their own fucking lives, aren't they? People are not being forced to get abortions. They're choosing to do that of their own free will. Let me ask you this. If somebody was walking into your house at night and stealing your food from your fridge, your cupboards, they were taking half the food that you have every night, and it was doubling your grocery bill, would you be within your rights to just lock the front door every night? Would you be within your rights to lock them out of your house? Because that is exactly what's happening with an abortion. Even if you do view it as a human being, which it's, literally just a clump of cells, even if you did view it that way, you would be within your rights to turn off your resources. You don't have any obligation to give your resources to somebody else. You can lock the door. That's what abortion is doing. People choosing to lock the door at night. That's it. But he's portraying it as a literal genocide when people choose of their own free will to lock their door at night. Okay, primary document here. Here's what it actually says. Here is the argument. The single most... politeness is not one of the characteristics listed under white supremacy. It's not. The document lays out 15 named characteristics of white supremacy culture: perfectionism, sense of urgency, defensiveness, quantity over quality, worship of the written word, only one right way, paternalism, either or thinking, power hoarding, fear of open conflict, individualism, I'm the only one, progress is bigger / more, objectivity, and right to comfort. Politeness isn't in the list. But politeness appears in a sub-bullet under fear of open conflict. Under that heading, the document describes people in power being scared of conflict and running from it. And then lists as manifestations emphasis on being polite and equating the raising of difficult issues with being impolite, rude, or out of line. So it's listing basically things that white supremacy, or tools white supremacy is using to perpetuate the worldview. And politeness is in a subcategory of fear of open conflict. Politeness is not white supremacy, obviously. He's lying. And that should show how brazen and willing these people are to flat out fucking lie to your face.
Parenthood, and 70 to 73% of Planned Parenthood clinics are located in the black community. So the Smithsonian has a very...
By the way, I'm not even sure if that's true, but whatever.
Distinct problem. And if you look at the history of the quote-unquote Democrat Party, that is the party that founded the Ku Klux Klan.
Wait, the history of the Democratic Party. You talking about the conservatives? The history of the party? The conservative people? The traditionalist right-wing extremists who were trying to fucking destroy the black community, who then flipped and went to the Republican Party? when Richard Nixon ran as a Republican and dog whistled to the old Dixiecrats? Is that the history of the party you're talking about? Where it used to be conservative and is now liberal? These people shamelessly fucking lie. It is disgusting how these people lie to your face constantly.
That is the party of segregation, of Jim Crow 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, whatever you want to call it.
He's literally describing his own political movement. That is fucking wild.
The poll taxes, the literacy tests, and all of these things. But yet these people are so delusional. And unfortunately, we fail to learn our history very well in that they have now co-opted Juneteenth. And so people believe that Joe Biden is the one that created Juneteenth when
Who fucking believes that exactly? Who said Joe Biden created Juneteenth? This is disgusting, dude. What is wrong with this guy? How can he, in good conscience, say and do these things? I feel like I have to pull every piece of propaganda apart from him. Who the fuck says Joe Biden created Juneteenth?
Juneteenth is the product of Abraham Lincoln and his Emancipation Proclamation, of course.
Yeah, the left-wing progressive Abraham Lincoln. Is that the one we're talking about? That Abraham Lincoln? The one who wanted progress and who wanted to destroy the traditionalism of slavery as the conservatives were fighting for at the time, the conservative Democrats? Jesus fucking Christ.
The very first black soldiers to serve in uniform, the 54th Massachusetts, and there was black Union soldiers that escorted the Union.
That's called the Black Regiment, yeah.
General to Galveston to pronounce the fact that the slaves in Texas were actually free. So
I think that was the Black Regiment.
Maybe the Smithsonian should talk about that type of history instead of showing the bust of Margaret Sanger.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
I mean, they do talk about that.
We think, Ed.
Yeah, I mean, so like if you take a look again at this issue from just a training perspective, I really appreciate the historical perspective from Colonel West. If you look, for example, in the early 1920s, there was a shift actually that happened right around 1920 when the KKK rose up in Indiana, and Calvin Coolidge, who was a Republican, very isolationist, federalist in a lot of ways, Republican, chose not to take any action. And the voter base moved from right to left. I think we're seeing the same sort of trajectory right now.
Isn't that fascinating? So they're talking about the party switch right now. I mean, that's not when the party switch happened. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. There was a bit of a party switch at the time in the 20s, which is why you got the left-leaning President FDR running as a Democrat. So there was a party switch a bit at the time, but the real party switch happened in 1960 something, I believe. Oh, fucking. I find it so fascinating that these people are so willing to lie and cheat and manipulate and steal and do whatever the fuck it takes to destroy the reputation of their enemies like this. Even going so far as to destroy their own reputations or their own political movement or party or whatever. Whatever it takes to further their own goals. That's fucking wild, dude.
Right now. The Democratic Party has left family ideals behind. They've left, frankly, normal ideals behind. And now you have this schism that's happening in the Democrat Party where you have this crazy left-wing extremist base like the mayor of New York and AOC and the people that you're seeing, this.
In what way are they crazy?
Guy in Texas. And then you have sort of the mainstream folks like Schumer and Pelosi that can't figure out what to do. And there's a huge break in that party right now. And with that, there's massive opportunity. And that's the thing that I want to talk about, because in 1920, the Republicans lost a huge part of their voter base due to inactivity. And we have an opportunity to earn back, frankly, a big part of the voter base through activity. And I think it's wonderful to see what Representative Gill's doing. I like people.
I don't believe Republicans are going to bring in many more people than they have now. I think they are completely fucked as far as growth goes. They have spent every ounce of political capital that they had, and they're not coming back from this. They're just not. After what Trump has done, it's not happening.
Who ask good questions like that and hold people to the fire. I also like the exposure that's happening. It's something we've been praying for years. And I think the movement, what we're seeing in the movement is in the right direction. We've got at least 2 more years to get some things done. I wish the Senate would pass the SAVE Act, which clearly they are not doing at the moment. But I think in general, the movement is the right movement. But we need to keep our eye not only on the future, but also on what happened in the past.
Let me show you this clip from Fox. The Democrat socialists believe now, listen to what he's saying. This is kind of silly, the stupidity of but what he's really saying is we should control how much money you make.
Okay. Democratic socialists are saying we should control how much money you make. All right, lay it on me. What do you got?
And how much profit is enough profit? This is scary, scary stuff. Watch.
The problem we're facing in our housing system is that we talk about tenants and we say they have to put.
Wait, this is on Fox News?
Pull themselves up by their bootstraps. They have to be responsible financially. But when we look at the landlords, we don't use those same standards. Landlords in New York have been making a 12% return on their investment on average.
How much should they make? What's fair for the landlord to make if you don't like 12?
They're complaining that 12 is not enough. And we don't think that anyone should have a constitutional right.
It's called price gouging. They're price gouging. There is such a thing as price gouging. When the economy goes down, these filthy fucking rich corporations in New York City, these aren't like mom and pop landlords. Oh, I bought a starter home and now I'm renting that starter home out. That's not what's happening. These are filthy fucking rich companies. Trust me, I'm from Manhattan. I know what I'm talking about right now. Filthy rich companies that are price gouging tenants in New York, even when the economy is going down. 12% return. The rent increases should roughly match inflation and some kind of yearly raise. There are actual real numbers that you can drop for how much it should raise every month or every year or whatever to be reasonable, to make it so that people can actually afford to survive. Like, a home is not a luxury item. Okay, how much should makeup raise every year? Well, that can reasonably be dictated by market constraints, by how much people are willing to pay. Housing should not be constrained to that. It's called an inelastic demand. People need housing. They cannot live without it. The same with food. It's an inelastic demand. Healthcare, inelastic demand. If people don't have it, they die. That shit should be regulated heavily.
To double-digit returns on their investment. That's why we've implemented.
No one should have a right to a double-digit return on their investment.
Not for inelastic demands, no. Absolutely not. Nobody should have a right to... No, the government should regulate inelastic demands heavily in a capitalist market. I think that's obvious.
No one has a right. That's not no.
What are you talking
no
about?
one's in that. That's not in the Constitution. But what we see is that when we implement a rent freeze, we have landlords who are crying that the government is going to put them out of business.
They're trying to run a business, and they're trying to do it effectively. No, are all landlords perfect? Are some landlords lousy? Of course they are. But I just think.
Well, they shouldn't be lousy. There should be rules to prevent landlords from being lousy. Again, inelastic demand.
That the idea that no one should make a double-digit profit is the antithesis of the desire to, like, you can be anything you want to be in New York.
No.
What do you think, James?
I think the scary thing in our nation right now, Gene, is the low IQ, low comprehension.
You're right. That is fucking scary. There are actually people out there this fucking stupid. That scares the shit out of me.
The uninformed, ignorant voters that are putting the Democratic Socialists into power. And when you listen to these folks, when you listen to Congressman Gill in a congressional hearing, Romans 1:28 comes to mind, that the people did not retain God in their knowledge. The Democratic Party is godless, and when they don't retain God...
But they're not godless. Like, the Democratic Party, in what way is it godless? What are you fucking talking about?
God in their knowledge. It says that God gave them over to a debased mind, which is a mind that is actually eroding in terms of value, intelligence, understanding, comprehension. You're seeing a debased mind overtake our nation right now, which is our concern when we listen to these ideas that are simply irrational.
I think you're absolutely right. In fact, let me show you this clip from...
Ideas are irrational. The idea that inelastic demand should be regulated is irrational, okay?
Secretary of State Marco Rubio, when he talked about communism.
How is this communism? I don't understand.
The opposite. One of the criticisms you sometimes hear of communism, for example, is that it sounds good in theory, but it never works in practice. That's actually not true. Communism does not sound good in theory. The world it envisions for all of us is small, flat, gray, leveled of all exceptions.
Well, I guess it's lucky nobody is actually pushing communism in the United States, huh? Not one single representative, not one Democratic representative, not one is pushing genuine communism. Not that I've heard of.
Drained of all that is good and noble in the human soul. The world it envisions is a world without courage, a world without creativity, or
I don't understand what the fuck he's talking about.
ambition, a world without heroes or glory or great causes to strive towards, a world without miracles, without myths, without men who rise above the rest to do incredible and extraordinary things.
What?
And the world communism envisions is a world without God.
No.
For these architects of revolutionary violence, the towering achievement of our civilization, for them, it's an unbearable humiliation, a reminder of what they cannot do, and a reminder of what they cannot be. So they choose instead to destroy.
Okay, nobody on the left is even communist. No politician on the left is communist. Not a single one that I'm aware of. And communism is not inherently godless either. None of this makes any fucking sense at all.
Rick, I mean, I think if Secretary of State Rubio says it eloquently.
Yeah. Man, I've been so impressed with him lately, you know, and honestly, I was disappointed in Vance the other day because he made a comment about less Milton Friedman. Let me tell you what Milton Friedman would say to that young, as James said, I mean, it's a nice word, let's say ignorant young man who clearly does not understand economics at all. Milton Friedman would say to him very simply, the market gives people what they want. Progressive.
Yeah, but see, here's the problem. A house is not a want. It's not a luxury item. It's not something that people just get because they feel like it when they get enough money. They have to live in a fucking house. There is no choice. If you're homeless, you can't get a job. If you're homeless, you have no refrigerator to keep fucking food in. You have no option but to have a house in the United States. It is an inelastic demand. And any economist worth anything at all would say you have to regulate inelastic demands to make sure there's no gouging.
And liberals, they only give people what they think people ought to want. And that's the control.
Yeah, people ought to want a house. They should want a house. What? The fuck is he talking about?
factor of how liberals think and how leftists think and why socialism ends up not working and brings everybody down to the lowest common denominator. Marco Rubio understands that very, very well, and his speeches in the last 2 or 3 weeks have made me a fan. I mean, I've always thought he was good, but the depth of his understanding of the market, the free market side of this, and the values and virtue and all of these things.
Free market has nothing to do with inelastic demands. Think about this. The free market should have no control over inelastic demands. Do people have a right to food? If people don't have food, they fucking die. There should be a right to food. Should they have to pay for their own food? Sure. We can live in a system where they have to pay for their own food. That's fine with me. But if they can't afford their own food, government should come in and guarantee that they have food. Government should be the stopgap that prevents people from not dying, or that prevents people from dying if they cannot afford certain things. At a bare minimum, the government should provide food. And it does. Not well, but through food stamps, there is a program where if people cannot afford food, it is provided to them. So in effect, it's kind of treated as a right in the United States because of food stamps. Not well, but it is. And honestly, the same with housing. Not well, but Section 8 housing does exist. The government does fill that gap. So we as a society have decided that food and housing are a right. But somehow Republicans are still fucking arguing this.
Has been outstanding. I'm not saying Vance doesn't have that. I was just really concerned that he was negative on Milton Friedman, who I called him Uncle Milt because I think he's the best economist in our history. My son thinks it's Thomas Sowell. We have a debate that goes on quite often. Sowell's my...
Both of those people were fucking idiots. They were liars. They were not idiots. Thomas Sowell and Milton Friedman were both like right-wing, extremist, libertarian, radical nutcases who had economics degrees, but argued anti-economics principles on behalf of right-wing extremists. The shit that they argue, it was like Ayn Rand. Like, she was so completely full of shit with everything out of her fucking mouth. None of the shit that Ayn Rand proposed would actually work. None of it. And she even took Social Security at the end of her life, which was completely antithetical to her positions, to her beliefs, her ideological, underpinnings. All of these people's heroes were completely full of shit. They were all vapid and empty and didn't stand on their own principles when the moment called for it. Not one of them. So anyway, the point is these people are completely full of shit. Thomas Sowell, Milton Friedman, yes, they were very educated people, but they were fucking evil. They were lying to support a crooked cause that they knew wasn't actually going to work, wasn't actually going to ideologically hold up.
My second favorite. Anyway, all that to say, these people are for socialism because they actually don't understand it. Back to James's point, they don't know what they don't know.
Yeah, the socialists don't understand socialism. It's them that doesn't understand it, you see.
This is why elections are so important. I know how many times have we said that? But now, all of that screaming and whining about President Trump, and he's not being in reality, saying it was a stolen election, and all the people trashing Mike Lindell and us, talking about, guess what? It was all true. Everything we said.
No, it wasn't.
It was true. It's happening. This is why the Save America Act is so important. Let me just show you one state. Look at this, what happened in New Jersey.
This breaking just a moment ago, New Jersey's Democratic governor, Mickey Sherrill, says that some 6,000 non-U.S. citizens were actually registered to vote in the state's motor vehicle system. Eric Shawn has some breaking details right here in the New York newsroom for us. Eric, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Jillian, it turns out that thousands of non-citizens were added to New Jersey's voter rolls, and some even voted because of a computer glitch.
No, that's not true. I'm actually familiar with how this works. Basically, there's the Motor Voter Act, and there's a box you check that will automatically register you as a voter if you're getting a driver's license and you are a citizen, and you check the box. And there's a system in place in immigration systems. I'm sorry, I'm chewing. Hang on. Okay. There's a system in place in immigration systems that watches that and cross-references. Hang on. I'm just looking here. The moment that they get registered to vote, the vote registration systems catch that and kick them off the voter rolls. And that's how they found out that 6,600 non-citizens were mistakenly registered, because the system was working as intended and kicked them off the rolls instantly. It was a software error that allowed them to be registered, but the safeguards in place prevented them from staying on the voter rolls once they were registered.
But now the state says it's trying to clean that up. New Jersey's Governor Mickey Sherrill says that a software error in the state's motor vehicle system led to about 6,600 people who are not citizens being registered as Garden State voters when they applied for a driver's license. She says even...
Oh, by the way, it is actually legal for non-citizens to vote in some municipalities, not federally, but certain municipalities they can, if they're permanent residents or certain other circumstances. So there's not actually anything illegal about it if some of them did vote, if they were legal to vote.
Even though the applicants answered no on the license and also state ID card application forms, well, the computer registered yes as citizens. She says it all happened under the previous administration of Democratic Governor Phil Murphy, and she's ordered the illegal voters be removed from the rolls.
It's unacceptable that the
Hang on. Under the previous administration, they said? Hang on. Trying to find out exactly when this happened. In 2023 and 2024 is when this happened. But they can't vote in federal elections, so it doesn't matter.
vendor released software with
I'm sorry. Yeah. No, that's right.
such a glaring
from the rolls.
It's unacceptable that the vendor released software with such a glaring error. It's unacceptable that the MVC took a year to get this issue fixed. And it's unacceptable that no one in the previous administration brought this to light, demanded accountability, or took action when it happened years ago.
It's unacceptable that Donald Trump didn't take care of this years ago, right? When this was discovered. It was just discovered.
Well, the investigation says it found less than 400 of those who were improperly registered actually did vote. And of those 400, they were registered in all the parties. They were Democrats, Republicans, and unaffiliated voters. They were registered over a one-year period from June 2023 to 24. And elections held during that time, well, they included the state legislature, municipal contests, school board elections. And
there's nothing illegal about voting in those for permanent residents. So far, I believe.
2023, as well as in 2024, the U.S. Senate, congressional races, and the presidential election, which Kamala Harris won by more than 250,000 votes. And Cheryl herself was...
Wait, so they said that 400 people voted in this? 400 people? But you think that Kamala Harris won even though she got 12 million votes, right? You think 400 people flipped it? And either way, these people were legal to vote, to my understanding. They just weren't, not in the presidential elections. And I don't have any reason to think these permanent residents of the U.S. even voted in the election, in the federal election.
Elected as governor last year, and she won by nearly 500,000 votes.
What is the truth? How many votes do they really get? Boy, that's the...
Well, they determined. We know how many. He said, did you not hear what he just said? 400.
$1 million question, isn't it? What do you think? Let me go to you, Colonel West. This is just one small issue. Now, of course, they voted in the presidential election, but the ones...
No, they did not establish that.
That should concern all of us is, you know, you think, okay, 6,000 voters, how that's not big a deal. That's huge when you talk about school boards, small towns, all of these races that are down.
Well, they're legal to vote in those. And it was only 400.
Down ballot that we've ignored as a nation and as...
I'm sorry. And by the way, one more thing. They're not illegal immigrants. I just want to point that out. These aren't undocumented or illegal immigrants that voted in this. These are legal permanent residents of the United States, which is how they were allowed to get a driver's license in the first place. These are documented legal immigrants going through the legal process to live in the United States legally. They should be allowed to vote. If they live here, they have a stake in what's happening. And they're doing things legally.
As Republicans, we've ignored those. These they could very well have swung some major elections.
Oh, fucking please. Yeah, 400 people legally voting definitely could have swung major elections. Absolutely.
No, you're absolutely right. I always tell people the most important elected position in the United States of America is school board. And I think we found out why through COVID, but yet it is the election that has the least amount of voter participation. So yeah, 1,000 or 1,500 votes. I mean, you can walk away with the school board. But I think the most important thing to understand from this story, you go back to the Clinton administration and remember they passed the motor voter law so that you could register to vote when you go in and apply for your driver's license. You know, we're playing against people that think long term. And like Chairman Mao once said, the long march, and this is what we get. And if you even go back to April of 2020, when Eric Holder wrote in Time magazine how coronavirus should permanently change elections in the United States of America, what did Eric Holder talk about? Mail-in ballots, just mailing out ballots to addresses that most times have not been registered.
Not true. That is not how it works. They must be registered to receive a ballot. The ballot has to have your name and address and everything on it.
I mean, reviewed out there because what? The Democrats will always come back and say that's racist. It's white.
No, that's false. You're just fucking lying.
White supremacy. You are a threat to democracy if you want to verify voter registration rolls. And right now you have the Department of Justice, Civil Rights Division.
Is it racist to review voter rolls? No. I'll tell you what is racist, though. Finding the exact type of ID that the black community is least likely to have. Is it a license? Is it a state ID? Is it a passport? And making that the only ID that is accepted when registering to vote. That's racist. And that is what happened. That's what the whole case was over. Them finding the exact ID that black people were least likely to have. This was pure unadulterated racism all the way down. I'm sorry, hang on. Let me just find, I was looking for a file. Where the holy heck is my file? Sorry, hang on. Users. Here. The file is at KA notched V2. All right, let's see how this sounds.
Forward by Charles have more than skin in the game. We have deep cuts, bruises, and broken bone.
Okay.
That is looking to do exactly that in the state of Michigan. And Michigan.
I'm sorry, hang on. Let me see. How long does this have? Oh, not very long. All right, give me a second here to pull something up. Let's pull this up. I'm going to go grab something. I'll be back in just a minute, okay? We'll let this play. Leaving MAGA.
Hey everybody, Rich here at Leaving MAGA, leavingmaga.org. Just want to thank all of you for your support as always, and also for all of your engagement in watching our leader videos, conversations we have with people who are in our Leaving MAGA community. We are joined today by Brian Batts from the state of New Mexico. Brian, how you doing? It's good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Good to talk to you again.
Brian is one of our leaders here in our Leaving MAGA community. So let's just, Brian, get right into everything here. What was it about the MAGA movement and the Trump campaign that you found attractive in the very beginning?
Yeah, I think at the very beginning, what was attracting, I was coming off the heels of the financial crisis. And it felt to me as if a lot of people that had caused the problems around the financial crisis were not facing any consequences. And that made me upset and angry and pretty cynical, if I'm honest. That, I'm watching a system that feels like, the people that are responsible are not having to face any of the consequences of their decisions. And it felt like maybe, kind of a bull in a china shop might be what was needed. And I think too, I guess actually that's probably the main thrust of it is just what felt to me like unfairness. And this felt like a way to kind of address that, to try to get some action taken.
And the conversation was, how did we go from Obama to Trump? And I wrote a comment saying that I think one of the explanations for how we went from Obama to Trump was post 2008 financial crisis fallout.
Yep.
And I feel like there are other reasons as well, but for me, I was just like you. I was attracted to the outsider status. I felt like Trump was somebody who because he had no military, government, or political experience, that he was the right person for the job. And I thought the two parties were the same. And I felt like, let's just burn the whole system down and then start anew. And this guy who came on the scene seemed like he was willing and able to do that. And so I am very much relating to what you're saying, because it was a lot of what informed my decision to support him, work on the campaign, and then just get deeper and deeper into the community.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think if I can comment on that, I think I've come to realize a couple of things in hindsight. That the idea of kind of burning the system down, right, and starting afresh, truly just ignores the massive amount of suffering that occurs if you were to do something like that. And that was one of the things that became more and more convicting to me, is that I started to see, I'm like, oh, like there's so many people that are impacted by him and the decisions that he's making and the steps that he's taking, not in a good way. And while people want to cheer about America first, the problem is that it just completely ignores the plight of a lot of our fellow citizens. So we are in a commonwealth. We live in a commonwealth. And so the decisions that we make can either lead more towards the common good, the commonwealth, or they can detract from that. And the more I got in, the more I started to read and learn and talk and listen, and the more I realized that MAGA was the antithesis of that. It's an incredibly selfish movement. It's very focused on, like, underneath a lot of it, it's like it's a bit of, there's a lot of like revenge in there. There's a lot of misplaced insecurity, because there are now all these, people and things that are being propped up and say, well, that's what you should be insecure about. That's what you should be scared about, when that's not actually the case at all. And so it felt really misguided, and a lot of people are getting trampled in the process.
So what was life for you, Brian? Like, Trump wins in 2016. We're vindicated, we're validated, we have taken on the world, we were successful and victorious against the world. What was being in MAGA like for you in your life at the time?
Yeah, I mean, at the time I was up north, and so I was, call it like a red dot in a blue ocean. So it was a little bit isolating, but I think when you're in that mindset, you're like, well, I'm standing up for what's right, and if people are against me, that's actually a sign that I'm going in the right direction. But I was in New York City for almost this whole time, and it was trying to make sense of things like how upset New Yorkers were at him. I just didn't have any knowledge of his history, and now that I know better, because I didn't grow up in New York, but I now understand why New Yorkers just don't like him, generally speaking. And so, in my mind, I was doing a lot of rationalization and trying to make sense of things to have it fit with my own narrative. And it's very easy, at the time, my media sources were at best really skewed and not didn't really have a whole lot of journalistic integrity. I'll put it that way. So I was, well, not even knee deep, neck deep in a lot of that. And honestly, I was walking around with a lot of cognitive dissonance, where I was like holding two completely oppositional views at the exact same time, and kind of didn't know how to think critically to resolve those, and somehow felt okay to just not resolve them and just go on that way.
Awesome. All right, let's continue where we left off. Okay.
Michigan is balking at them, saying they don't want to release their voter registration rolls for review. So
No, absolutely not. The federal government has absolutely no say over federal elections, intentionally, by design. The states control the elections.
we have got to start getting to the bottom of this. Yes, the Save America Act, as Ed talked about, is so important to this, because why do you bring in all of these tens of millions of people here illegally? Because you want.
Nobody brought in tens of millions of people illegally. Nobody brought them in, and tens of millions didn't even come in over the course of, the Biden administration or whatever. I don't believe it was 10 million. I think it was like 1 to 2 million per year at most who immigrated total, if I'm not mistaken. Not undocumented, but just immigrated.
To get them on the voter registration rolls.
Well, and you brought up Michigan. It's been proven when you decide to leave Michigan, they re-enroll you as a voter.
No.
I mean, like, you can't get any more.
When you move out of Michigan, they intentionally detect that you've registered somewhere else, and they register you again in a second location, intentionally knowing that you have moved out, is what you're telling me? Fucking please.
Any more deceptive than that. James, help me understand.
Well, I have to agree with Byron Donald recently just said that the Senate sucks. I think any politician that refuses to stand for election integrity I think it's a dereliction of their duty, and we're actually seeing the implosion of our nation. Look at what happened with Spencer Pratt over in L.A. This is something that is a threat to our democracy.
You think Spencer Pratt, a far-right fucking nutcase, lost the Los Angeles mayor race because of election tampering? Really? These people live in another reality where Republicans are the most popular people on planet Earth.
That's something that's being leveraged by the progressive left to bring about the dismantling of our nation. And it's something that every informed Christian right now has to stand up and believe and engage and push back against this ideology.
Yeah, Mac Booyah says the SAVE Act is nothing but a poll tax. It's not about protecting the voting process. 100%. It is absolutely, definitionally, a poll tax. Aside from all of that, people already have to have IDs to vote. They have always needed an ID to vote. Everywhere in America, you have always needed to get an ID to register. They have to see your signature, they have to get your address, and you give them your ID when you register. And once you turn up to vote for the first time, you give them all that information, put your signature down, because you already gave them your ID. They already know that you're a legal citizen and all that other shit. That is how it has always worked, pretty much.
No, it's so true. All right.
No, it's not.
All right, we're almost out of time, but I've got to get to this clip. It's very newsworthy. It's those dogs or those cows that have hair that hang down and they can't see out. Anyway, just watch.
Wow, they are trying desperately to make trans people seem like complete nutcases. Whatever it takes. They will find any video of any esoteric situation that we may or may not even understand and label all trans people as identical to that. What is wrong with these people?
What's the problem? Why do you let those kids get away with this? They are not supposed to be here! If you don't lower your voice, I am going to put handcuffs on you and I'm going to take you to a Baker Act facility. You lower your voice. Try it. Are you threatening me? Can we get another unit to deal with Jay Lee here? He is having a breakdown.
Why not just respect the person? Like, even in this situation, you can't where they're clearly having a mental situation here. You can't be respectful. You can't try to de-escalate. This is what cops are supposed to do. They're supposed to de-escalate, right? Did this guy not learn about de-escalation in the, month that he spent in police academy?
Just say the right pronoun! What'd you say? 7351. Get down on the ground right now. No! You're about to get sprayed. No! Get down on the ground right now.
Oh, this is how you de-escalate. Fantastic job, police. Great.
I can come in there. Leave me alone, please! Okay, are you gonna calm down? I want to be away from him. It's too late now. It's too late now. He's gonna be taken away. Shay! Bailey, you need to stop.
Yeah, it's obviously a mental condition they're dealing with, right? Like screaming, losing their shit. The vast majority of trans people don't deal with things like this. With, very public mental breakdowns, basically. But Flashpoint is portraying all trans people as being this emotionally unstable.
It's taken. I just want to get away from him. I understand that. He needs
Why is he not de-escalating? Why is he continuing to escalate? By being, disrespectful. It's so fucking small. It's such a small thing. I don't understand why they're like this.
Stop! Max! Tickling me! Just say she!
Please step in.
Watch your head.
Do not push me.
Yeah, so they're trying to pretend that all trans people are like that. That's the bottom line. Like the pieces of shit that they are. They're looking for any reason to drive a wedge between general society and the trans community. Because it's a useful culture war issue. Because they know if they get people whipped into a blood frenzy over trans people, they'll win more elections. I wonder, do you guys think that Trump supporters have ever lost their shit very publicly? Has that ever happened? I wonder. Let's see if I can find some examples of that. Hold on. There's one specifically I'm looking for here. Wait, where is it? Let me find it. Hold on. I really want to find this video. It's old as shit. Where is it? Where is it? I know I have it. Hold on. So here it is. Oh my God. I could not find it for the life of me. How about this?
Please, President Trump. Please, please. I hope you have a plan. God, please save us. Save us from the devil, please.
Or what about this one? Wait, let me find it. Where did I put it? Hold on. Damn it, dude. I'm having so much trouble. Here we go.
Sexist shit! And no, I don't have to talk to you politely. You sexist shit! In Jasper County, motherfuckers, I'm coming for you. You motherfuckers, I'm coming for you. Yeah. All legal like. Yeah, legal. We'll do it on your terms, motherfuckers. Our government needs stopped. Stopped.
Let's see. I was looking for other really good videos of Trump supporters just breaking down. Oh, yeah, I got one. Hang on. Wait a minute. Hang on, I'm just looking for the right. Let's see, 2022.
Donald Trump, my son.
Yeah, here you go. What about this one where Julie Green was literally breaking down and crying over some made up shit? Like she thought Trump was saving children and she was crying, imagining all these children being saved.
Donald Trump, my son. Do not doubt me, and do not doubt what I will do for you. I'll protect whom you love,
and I'll protect this nation from what you are being told is possible, and it could be the worst case scenarios. This will not happen. I will not allow your enemies to go that far. I know it's hard to imagine less casualties in a situation like this, but I have done this in my word before. My son, go to 2 Chronicles 20 in my written word and read what I did for my people. The enemies fought each other, and none on my side were lost. This is possible. Get in prayer with me. Surround yourselves with people who can pray with authority, who will lead you in the right direction. Donald, you have had people surrounding you who have purposely given you bad advice.
Literally crying over Donald Trump. How about this one? This is Greg Locke crying because he hates American culture so much.
The Bible and the culture are at odds with each other, and they are on an inevitable collision course.
Oh, that's the go, go, go guy. Yeah, he had a liver problem, if I'm not mistaken. And Greg Locke prayed to God to intercede on the go, go, go guy's behalf. And God chose to let the guy die, apparently. God said, no, fuck the go, go, go guy. I don't fucking like that guy. He wasn't holy enough. Or something. I can't imagine why God would allow him, such a holy, spiritual man, to die. But he did, sure enough.
Jesus said no man can serve two masters. No man can serve two masters. And I may be a little crazy sometimes.
Is he having a very public breakdown over American culture right now?
And I may throw some things out there that I believe and don't apologize for. But you can't serve the culture and the Bible at the same time. You can't love God and the world. You better divorce yourself from the world, because the Bible said in James chapter 4 in verse 4, ye adulterers and adulteresses, know ye not that friendship with the world is enmity with God? And if you're a friend of the world, the Bible says that you're an enemy of God. So in order to be
literally crying over American culture. Now, tell me again how this is a left-wing problem, how left-wing liberal crazies cry over stupid shit. These people are fucking shameless. Those are just a few examples, and those were just small tiers. I have way more very obvious examples. I can't find them at the moment because my clip collection's fucking giant, but they're in here. Is there anything else I want to search for? No, I think that's good.
Please, President Trump. Please, please, I hope you have a plan. God, please save us. Save us from the devil, please.
Back to Flashpoint, who thinks that the left has a crazy problem.
Okay, Rick.
Honestly, it breaks my heart, man. When we appropriately understood this as a mental illness, we treated it. And
being trans is not a mental illness. That person was dealing with a mental condition that was not connected to being trans. That was the catalyst for the thing that they were unhappy about. But that was obviously a mental condition or a mental breakdown they were dealing with independent of that.
And, you know, what the left has done is they have created more of it, and they've broken people. And instead of being somewhere where this person could get help, they've made that normal, which human nature is. It's drawn more people into.
That's not normal, that behavior. Nobody believes that screaming is normal. Nobody should believe that a cop escalating tensions is normal either, but here we are.
A satanic deception. And, I hope it's turning. I hope it's changing. But it breaks my heart. I wish we were a better society that would not encourage a mental illness, but instead would.
I don't think anybody is encouraging mental illness, however you define that. People are allowing trans people to be trans if they want without being fucking harassed by scumbags like you. That's the real difference. These people are such pieces of shit, genuinely.
Treat it as one and get people help that need it.
And I agree with what you said, but not only that, but marginalize those that are saying this is a mental illness, that we need to treat this.
Yeah, no, they act like we're the crazy ones. They act like we're the ones that,
Well, I act like you're a piece of shit because you are.
All right. Special thanks to Rick Green, Pastor James Ward, Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, and Ed Rush.
Wow, looks like that's the end. These people are fucking shameless. They will lie and cheat and manipulate and treat people like shit, whatever it takes to win at the end of the day. Fucking disgusting. Tell me what you think in the comments. MAGA info. Oh, yeah. Damn, thank you. Mac Booyah. I don't know why I didn't think of that one. Let's stick that in there. Yes. Oh, my God. The perfect example. What about Laura Loomer, Trump's very special friend, who claims to have audio of her doing questionable activities with Donald Trump and him saying it was the best questionable activity he's ever had? Listen to what happened to her when she was banned from the twit.
And called me crazy, but what are they doing? I want to know what people are actually going to do. My life is ruined. Does anybody understand how ruined my life is?
For being banned from the twit?
I'm sick of it. I don't want to listen to people tell me that I'm a conspiracy theorist. They don't know what it's like to be me. My life is ruined, Alex.
Alex Jones. She was on Alex Jones. What about this one? When she lost her election, she literally cried.
We are losing our country because of big tech election interference. And I am pleading with the Republican Party to please start taking this issue seriously. Please. Because the American people deserve representation. And that's why I ran for Congress in 2020. It's why I ran for Congress in 2022. And it's why I'm going to keep fighting for all of you. I'm never going to.
Tell me again that crying is a left-wing problem, that too many people on the left are crying or losing their shit or falling apart or whatever. Fucking please. All right, let's see. So we've finished that. Let's read this book by Gene Bailey now. I already gave an intro to this chapter. And we've already read a good bit of it, so we're just going to start off from here, drawing the line. There's this book by... No, hang on, let me pull it up. 1 second. Okay. Here we go. Wait, let me just find Gene Bailey, just an image of him. There's this book by this guy, Gene Bailey. The book is titled Killing America. Something like how the left is destroying everything we love or some insane stuff like that. I want to read the book, so we're going to go through it and see what he had to say. This is chapter 4, Drawing the Line. If you didn't see the others, don't sweat it. This stands independently of the rest. He's just saying we have to draw the line on the left so that they can't hurt us anymore. All right, let's give this a listen, starting here. All right, actually, let me find a better spot to start. Oh, God. All right, I have to refresh it because I reloaded it. Give it a second here to load. I got to speed up this loading process.
Basically, Daniel's enemies wanted him out.
All right, here we go. We'll start here.
Let's talk about Daniel. He was the mentor of those 3 young Hebrew men. Eventually, however, King Darius of Persia seized Babylon and executed Nebuchadnezzar III. Yet because of Daniel's ability, Darius befriended him. On top of his game, Daniel had influence, favor, and power within the hierarchy of the government. His future was bright. Now Daniel so distinguished himself among the administrators and the satraps by his exceptional qualities, but the king planned to set him over the whole kingdom. Daniel 6, 3 NIV. You see that? Daniel's future was set. He was going to be overseer of the whole kingdom. However, because he was a child of the one true God and had principles, there was a line he wouldn't cross, and the day came when Daniel had to draw that line, and he knew the cost and the risk. Basically, Daniel's enemies wanted him out, but couldn't find anything corrupt about him. Because they knew...
And that's you, right, Gene Bailey? The Democrats want you out of any kind of political position, but they can't find anything wrong with you. You're just too good, right, Gene?
Daniel would be...
By the way, I'm sorry. I should probably introduce Gene Bailey first, right? Here, this is Gene Bailey, if you don't know him.
You know, when we look back on Hitler, Hitler went for the youth. The enemy always goes for the youth. We must take up arms and go for our youth, arms of the truth and of godly principles. But
Right, so Hitler went for the youth. We should be emulating Hitler, right? We need to go after the children. We have to brainwash them and convince them that the Democrats are evil and they're out to get them because Hitler did it, and that must mean it's good. That's Gene Bailey. There's some even more psychotic stuff from Gene Bailey. Let me just find
some of our represent.
No, let me find another. Hang on. Over 10 minutes.
And ladies.
Yes. Act of war. Hold on. Why the fuck is this not working? All right, let me try opening. How long was this? 16 minutes? Yeah, we can't go through this whole thing. But he is literally, actually calling for people to take their gun and do something psychotic in this video.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't know it, you're in the middle of a war. And what we're dealing with on a daily basis are acts of war. Now, I know Newsweek and the other media is going to twist what I have to say, but let me say right here, I'm not talking about going and getting your AR and go down and take care of business. It's not what I'm talking about. However,
there shouldn't be a however there, Gene. There should be no fucking however after that sentence. It should be a full stop. I'm not saying go get your AR and take care of fucking business, quote unquote. The fact is, he goes on, I've covered it before, so I'm not going to go through the whole video. We're here to watch something else. But he goes on to say, basically, that they should be taking their AR-15s and taking care of business, quote unquote. The guy is an absolute disturbing mess, a terrorist. I believe Gene Bailey is a terrorist, genuinely. And he has real political power. He's on the president's national board of something or other. Basically, the board that Trump created to come up with ways in which they can implement Christian nationalism. It's the Christian Nationalist Board, whatever it's called. I forget now.
Faithful to his God.
So let's continue reading this book now that he wrote.
Basically, Daniel's enemies wanted him out, but couldn't find anything corrupt about him. Because they knew Daniel would be faithful to his God, they tricked Darius into writing and ratifying a law that proclaimed for 30 days no one could pray to anyone else but King Darius, otherwise they would be thrown in the lion's den. The crooked politicians published the decree throughout the kingdom, knowing Darius would have to honor it after the people saw it. Does this sound familiar? We're not mentioning names, but we seem to have some corrupt politicians who will stop at nothing to destroy certain men and women who stand against the killing of America. Like with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, all Daniel had to do was not pray for 30 days. Just do nothing. That's it.
Right, that was the requirement. He would be freed from captivity or whatever if he just didn't pray for 30 days.
He could have prayed silently, in private, and no one would have ever known. Instead, because of principle, Daniel drew a line and prayed 3 times a day facing Jerusalem, with his windows open so everyone could hear.
I just want to poke this in people's ears. I'm not sure if you guys know this, but the book of Daniel was not written by a guy named Daniel. And it wasn't written about the year 5 or 600 BCE as claimed. It was written in 164 BCE. We know that beyond a shadow of a doubt. For a fact, that's when it was written. We have the exact year. It was written after the Maccabean War, where the Maccabees took Jerusalem back from King Antiochus Epiphanes 14 or whatever, the governor of that region, the Roman governor. He mistreated Jews terribly, like forcing them to sacrifice pigs on the altar to Yahweh, and just because he knew that it would get to them. He was just a bad person. So the Maccabees were like a guerrilla group who came in and fought to retake Jerusalem, and they succeeded. And the book of Daniel was apocalyptic literature written with the intent to kind of communicate that God's people always win in the end. That was the point of the fictional story. That's how apocalyptic literature works. But okay, whatever. He's using it as an example. I guess it doesn't matter.
He was making a bold statement. How many Christians fall into the do-nothing category? Perhaps elections would have swung in a different direction if they just did something, like vote, or threw their windows open and spoke up, making their voices heard, even if ridiculed or canceled. Daniel knew the risk.
Even if ridiculed or canceled. Yeah, if Daniel were being canceled, or, yeah, Daniel was canceled by the people of his day, totally.
Loss of livelihood, honor, and life. The lion's den. Like the 3 Hebrews were tossed into the fire, Daniel was tossed into the hungry lion's den. This time, instead of the 4th man showing up in the fire, God sent an angel to muzzle the mouths of the lions. In the morning, Darius was so beside himself with joy, he proclaimed, "I issue a decree that in every part of my kingdom, people must fear and reverence the God of Daniel." And Daniel
If you notice, the TTS system I'm using here is doing character voices during dialogue. That's fucking good, right? It does character voices. I'm so impressed with this TTS system. It's called Orpheus. Just text-to-speech. Been around for years now. I just didn't know it existed.
Prospered. He was another tsunami of light that overpowered the attempted tsunami of darkness, because one person drew a line and stood their ground. Finally, consider David. Forget the flannel board depictions. It began pretty much like every other Monday day. David, 16 to 19 years
What the hell is a flannel board depiction? I've never heard of that before.
old, working in the fields as a shepherd, was given a simple assignment to deliver lunch and supplies to his older brother's camp when they were out doing battle. He was the first DoorDash employee.
First DoorDash employee. So funny. OMG. This guy is just, yeah, he knows how to make people laugh, man. Jeez.
Those who may not be aware, DoorDash is an online delivery company that is taking the nation by storm.
Brother, if you have to explain the fucking joke, it's not funny anymore.
You select your food from a variety of restaurants, enter your address, and voila, someone drops it off at your door. David's dad said, "Hey, take this lunch to your brothers." David was just delivering lunch. I bet he didn't even get a tip for door dashing. His brothers were mighty warriors in Israel's army. Their job was to protect God's chosen people. They were also David's heroes, warriors he longed to be like one day. So when he had the opportunity to go where the action was, he leapt. Yet when David arrived, he found his warriors anything but mighty. And he was appalled. Israel's great protectors, his brothers included, were all cowering in fear while the enemy giant Philistine and their army taunted them. Goliath was mocking God and his people. Instead of manning up, Israel's warriors fled from him and were dreadfully afraid. While they retreated in fear, godly indignation rose up inside David.
Talking about the Goliath story, I guess?
Are you kidding me? David must have thought. Maybe that's where David J. Harris Jr. got his famous "Are you kidding me" line.
Who the fuck is David Harris? David A. Harris? Is that what he said? I don't know who the fuck he's talking. David J. Harris Jr.? Never heard of that person. Why did he even put this in this book?
He got that line from the original David. How could you possibly think about food at a time like this? Forget lunch. David couldn't take seeing his God and culture being defiled. No, not on my watch. Ain't gonna happen. I'm drawing a line. Historians tell us that possibly in an effort to minimize bloodshed, the Philistines had been issuing a challenge to the Israelite troops of one-on-one combat.
I don't know about that. Let me see if I can find out. Hold on. Hang on. Give me a second. I'm sorry, I'm still looking for an answer here. If you give me just one more second. I'll look for an answer on this and we'll come back to it.
Historians tell us that possibly in an effort to minimize bloodshed, the Philistines had been issuing a challenge to the Israelite troops of one-on-one combat. Their best warrior dude, Goliath, against Israel's best warrior dude. It was winner take all, a common practice in ancient warfare. The challenge had been going on for 40 days. The Philistines were relentlessly attacking God's people and imposing on their land. The problem was, no one on Israel's side had stepped up. Eventually, after convincing Saul to let him, David stood before Goliath. When he showed up as an unconventional pretty boy lunch deliverer with no armor and no spear, Goliath didn't take him seriously. Is there something holding you back from doing what God has told you to do?
I don't think there's much evidence that David was a real person in the first place. I think that we found an inscription that was like 3,000 years old or something that said House of David on it, which lends credibility to the possibility that David was a real person. But we don't know that for sure at all. And regarding the scholarship on this question, whether minimizing bloodshed or whether to minimize bloodshed, people would go one-on-one. Let me see. I'm still pulling this up. 1 second here. Apparently, it is accurate. Apparently, people did do that back in the day to minimize bloodshed, one-on-one. Actually, I'm in favor of that. I like that. Let's have Donald Trump go one-on-one with the current leader of Iran, Khamenei's son. Khamenei. They're both Khomeinis. Let's have them go one-on-one. Let's see how they do. Let's see how Trump does against Khamenei. I would love that. I am all in.
Is age your hang-up? Physical or financial limitations? God delights in using the most unexpected people for extraordinary victories. He then gets all the credit. So you're not getting off the hook, and you have no excuses that are good enough for not getting involved and doing what God's been talking to you about doing in this war.
God's been talking to them about doing things in this war? Are you fucking hearing this? I mean, I played that clip earlier of Gene Bailey saying people should be doing extreme fucking psychotic stuff. He's trying to get people to do something fucking insane.
What do you mean, talking to me about? Well, have you ever gotten a good idea? That was really outside your realm of a good idea. On your own?
So, like, have you gotten a good idea, like, to unload a magazine onto somebody that you don't like or that God doesn't like? And you don't usually think like that. Is it possible that God is putting that thought in your mind?
We're here to tell you that wasn't, most likely, your good idea. But it's what we call a God idea. Often we mistake them for our ideas and want to get credit for them. If it's an idea out of the blue and something you normally wouldn't have thought of on your own, it's most likely a God idea. God most likely dropped it off. Now, if you want to claim it as your own pride, you might not get any more of those really wonderful ideas.
Like, I wrote this system as a software engineer, this TTS system, that basically pulls the original text of the EPUB out and matches it up with the sentences, and that's what we're reading right now. It's direct text straight from the book, the original book. Why is he putting commas in weird places?
But if you thank God for it and acknowledge that it came from Him, we're here to tell you those God ideas are going to keep on coming. And when the Philistine looked about and saw David, he disdained him, for he was only a youth, ruddy and good-looking. So the Philistine said to David, "Am I a dog, that you come to me with sticks?" And the Philistine cursed David by his gods. And the Philistine said to David, "Come to me, and I will give your flesh to the birds of the air and the beasts of the field." The threats and intimidation didn't faze David one little bit. A line had been drawn. He had to stand up for truth and righteousness. Instead of allowing himself to be paralyzed by fear like the others, David ran toward Goliath full out, with full confidence, slinging that stone as he ran. Failure was never an option. In David's mind, it was a done deal. The giant was going down. And he did. A perfect shot. David slung the stone, but the Holy Spirit directed it right between the giant's eyes, sending him to the dirt with a loud thud.
Yeah, it wasn't David's good aim. It was God, totally. Also, what he's saying here about David using a sling or whatever, slings were pretty common apparently a long time ago, and they are fucking dangerous. I didn't know this. It wasn't a slingshot, it was a sling, and they can reach gunshot speeds.
David didn't have a sword of his own, so he took the giant's and cut off his head. It wasn't a pretty scene. David wasn't being nice.
So you're picking up what he's putting down, right? He's telling his audience, this is what you should be doing. It wasn't a pretty scene, and it wasn't nice, but you should be doing this. He's telling people to kill those that displease God, quote unquote, who he defined in chapter 1. Because that's what God wants. I'm going to drop a bookmark here. This is fully my program that I wrote. I'm pretty proud of it. Let's go back to chapter 1. Just listen to who he defines as the evil people. Let's see, where... I'm just looking here. I'm trying to find like where he defines the people he doesn't like. Beacon of Freedom is America. Thomas Paine. Yeah, telling a story. America consistently stood with Israel. They are killing America. Eating our popcorn and cheering from the sidelines. Double whammy, poisoning. Make no mistake, forces of darkness are not out to merely change America and make her over by implementing their own progressive agenda. They want America as we know it destroyed, including your freedoms. Often disagreement is labeled as hate speech. These are the people that he wants you to act as King David did against.
Because we can't be shut down with a logical argument. We will be shut down by belittling or laughing at us. Or we may be screamed over so we can't be heard. Maybe even shoved, punched in the face, or knocked to the floor. Property is sometimes destroyed, and cities burned. If we're fortunate, we won't be beaten, hospitalized, or possibly arrested. Yes, arrested, because the whole time, during the ordeal, there is an insistence that we need to be kind. We are blamed as the ones actually provoking the violence, and bullying them because of our disagreement with their ideologies. You and I are, in essence, being fed to the lions while our antagonists sit in the Colosseum cheering. In Roman times, thousands packed an arena to laugh and cheer, while Christians were ripped apart and eaten by lions.
Which is what he believes is happening to him right now. I was just looking for... He talks about trans people in chapter 1, I believe, and all kinds of stuff. Here's another list of people that he believes people should be murdering the way that David murdered Goliath.
Authority leading children's education in their districts. Counties and states in whom the parents' trust was placed have taught their offspring the theory of evolution instead of God the Creator, taken the Ten Commandments off school and any civic property, and forbidden even our sports coaches to say silent prayers at the end of sports events.
Anybody who opposes any of the stuff that he stands for should be killed like David killed Goliath. That's what he's saying. All right, let's continue where we left off here.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. We were...
Nope.
A perfect shot. David slung the stone, but the Holy Spirit directed it right between the giant's eyes, sending him to the dirt with a loud thud. David didn't have a sword of his own, so he took the giant's and cut off his head. It wasn't a pretty scene. David wasn't being nice. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
He's directly telling people to murder those that they don't like. He's directly telling them to get their AR-15 and kill people that they don't like. How is this not terrorism? This is terrorism, right?
We want to play it safe and not offend anyone or ruffle too many feathers. David didn't care who he offended, as long as it wasn't his God. Here's the really cool part.
The cool part?
When Goliath went down, watch what happened. And when the Philistines saw that their champion was dead, they fled. Now the men of Israel and Judah arose and shouted, and pursued the Philistines. Then
we only need to kill a few of the Democrats, and the rest will fall in line out of fear, is what he's saying.
the children of Israel returned from chasing the Philistines, and they plundered their tents. When they saw David's courage and that the giant fell, they rallied and chased down the rest of the enemy.
We will take all of their stuff as our own.
Drawing lines and stepping up causes others to follow. Maybe you're being called to draw a line, step up, and be a leader right now. Time doesn't permit us to write in depth about Esther, who put her life on the line for her people. There was a line drawn, challenging her to step across into the battle that would cost her something. When Mordecai learned of the plot against the Jewish people and shared it with Esther, he challenged her with these famous words: "Do not think that because you are in the king's house, you alone of all the Jews will escape. For if you remain silent at this time, relief and deliverance for the Jews will arise from another place, but you and your father's family will perish. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this?" After hearing Mordecai's words, Esther drew a line. Her response was, "I will go to the king, even though it is against the law. And if I perish, I perish." Being killed was a very real possibility. King Ahasuerus had executed or banished his queen Vashti before Esther for not flaunting her beautiful body at a party. That's how wicked this culture of power was. Even so, Esther didn't remain silent. She stepped up for her people. God gave her favor with the king, and he listened to her plea. Because of Esther's willingness to step up at that exact moment in time and do what she needed to do, even if it meant death, God used her to save a nation.
This is directly calling out to what he wants other right-wing extremists to do. She stepped up for her people. God gave her favor with the king. He listened to her plea because of Esther's willingness to step up at that exact moment in time to do what she needed to do, even if it meant death. How is he not saying to go get your AR-15 and unload into progressive headquarters or whatever? This is terrorism and an endorsement of violence, right? Is this not illegal somehow to encourage and endorse physical political violence?
Notice, every hero or heroine we've mentioned had to get to the line in the sand, willing to risk it all. We should all be willing to risk it all for our God-given freedoms, truth, and righteousness. It's time we let some holy indignation rise up in us. You have to ask yourself, who am I taking lunch to? Watch for opportunities to confront the giant. It may be your moment to step up and defend our nation.
Look for opportunities to kill somebody that doesn't align with your political beliefs. That's what he's saying. Look for opportunities to slay the giant. What the fuck do you think that means?
You have been placed where you are for such a time as this. We keep moving the line. Sometimes, though, we're like David's warrior brothers and don't step up and across the battle. Or instead of standing firm on the lines we've drawn, we step back and draw new lines. Or you what? The bully on the playground snapped back, unflinching, while he took a huge step of defiance right over the line. Instead of standing firm, the brave kid who drew the line trembled and took a step backward. He's losing his nerve. Then, he gets a little courage and draws another line in the dirt. The bully laughs and steps right over it again, this time giving the boy a shove. The boy stumbles back, gets a little courage again, and draws another line. The bully snickers and does the same thing again.
So he's saying Democrats keep pushing the line further and further back, and it's time to start killing people. That's what he's saying in this book.
This process repeats itself with the bully gaining more confidence and territory each time. Finally, the bully says, "Whatever," and leaves his timid opponent to resume terrorizing the playground. He won. He figures all talk and no action. The kid goes back to shooting hoops, saddened but relieved for the moment because the bully has left. He's comfortable for now, just not free. The kid knows what the bully is doing to the other kids, and that'll be back. This same scenario is played out in America over and over. Why do we keep backing up, giving territory, and drawing new lines? You give the devil an inch, he'll take a foot. You give the devil a foot, he'll take a yard. You give the devil a yard, he'll take a mile.
Okay, wow. So the dialogue is not perfect, but it's not bad.
It's your block, then it's your city. After that, your country. A friend of mine, who was a New York Times best-selling author, was...
Sorry. You give the devil a yard, he'll take a mile. Then it's your block, then it's your city. After that, your country.
A friend of mine, who was a New York Times best-selling author, was in a grocery store shopping when a 90-year-old woman grabbed him by the arm and shook him urgently. Mila was her name, and she knew who he was. The same things I saw back then, shortly before the fall, I see happening now. We must stop it. We must. Mila and her parents and their families went through the revolution in St. Petersburg, Russia, under Vladimir Lenin's Marxist and communist rule. Truly horrifying things were commonplace, like her grandmother waiting in line for a whole day to get food handed to her in a brown paper package, inside of which were 2 ox hooves.
That was food. They would cook rotten potatoes and rancid grease, just trying to find anything to eat.
And there was a constant fear because her grandmother had been arrested. Her father was arrested, and her grandfather's 2 brothers were arrested. And the grandfather and the 2 brothers were executed and buried in a mass grave somewhere, as was one of their wives, who was 7 months pregnant. It was brutal.
Okay, and that's going to happen here in America? Or something? Like, what's he saying?
She remembered seeing a countess...
If you don't unload a magazine into a crowd of Democrats, then this is going to happen to you. This is the type of fear-mongering shit that these people do. Right-wing terror attacks can be directly traced to shit like this.
She remembered seeing a countess wrapped in rags in the snow, begging because she had nothing. Everything had been taken from her, including her dignity. The progression is usually from socialism to Marxism to communism. Mila and her parents escaped Russia through various harrowing ways and settled in Riga, Latvia. Soon, however, it became clear that Russia was about to take over Latvia. And so, her father begged America through the embassy to take them. Finally, America came through and allowed her and her parents to come, leaving relatives behind. One grandmother starved to death, and the other was hauled off to Siberia, never to be heard from again. Thank God for America. Still, they had to enter legally. In order to come to America...
Wow, he's telling a story about, like, you know, immigrants who made it, who did it. And he even has to point out, like, in this section, that they, quote-unquote, did it the right way. He can't just leave this story good. It has to be, like, some underlying political message.
A family had to sponsor them. Mila's parents sent out letters to people all across the United States asking for a sponsor. Finally, a precious minister in Virginia responded and said, "Come here. We have a place for you." They took the minister up on his offer, and the church housed them in their church fellowship hall until Mila's father found work and they could get on their feet.
So Christian immigrants are good. Non-Christian immigrants, bad, apparently.
It's an incredible story of the giving heart of the American people, and how at that time, America understood how critical protecting our borders is, and how serious the path to citizenship should be. It's a privilege and an honor to become a citizen of this country, that should not be taken lightly. It's important to point out that when Mila shook my friend's arm in the grocery store saying, "The same things I saw back then, shortly before the fall, I see happening now."
We must stop it! We must!
While those things were happening in Russia...
Wow, so the TTS system I used gets urgent when it sees an exclamation mark. That was pretty emotional. But, you know, that's about the amount of emotion that Gene Bailey wanted, right? We must stop it. We must at any cost. King David knew what he had to do. That's fucking psychotic.
Her family was living a quite comfortable, wealthy life. They were a family of professionals. Her father was a physician and the head of the hospital in St. Petersburg until the revolution. And then it was gone. Today, our modern society thinks it could never happen here. But it is happening right before our eyes. The technology and methods are different, but the ideologies trying to kill America are the same. If we don't act, at some point there will be an overnight takeover similar to the COVID lockdowns. Knowing this, we keep moving the lines of resistance back. Why?
Dude, I love it. Hang on, I'm sorry. Let me let this continue to play.
Are the same. If we don't act, at some point there will be an overnight takeover similar to the COVID lockdowns.
I love it how they fear-mongered and freaked out that COVID was going to cause some intense, like, lockdown situation. There's going to be, like, a full-blown takeover of the government or whatever, and that shit just, like, never happened. And now they're still using it, even though that shit never happened. It's going to be like the COVID lockdowns, even though the COVID lockdowns didn't happen that way. It's going to happen. You just wait and see. Please get help.
Knowing this, we keep moving the lines of resistance back. Why? Fear. We can be paralyzed by fear. Fear. In the last chapter, we wrote that there was a tangible presence of fear in Russia. The Soviet government knew if they could keep the people in a state of paralyzing fear, they could be controlled. It worked. But how did the people get to that point? Little by little, beat down after beat down, they kept moving the line back, allowing the godless agenda to gain emotional and physical territory. We call it the shock collar effect. When training a dog to stay in a certain area where you don't want a visible fence, you install an underground electric fence and put a shock collar in your dog. Every time the dog attempts to cross, bam, the dog feels a shock.
Who the fuck is we? You got a mouse in your pocket? I don't do that shit.
This happens again and again and again. Over time, the dog's will to run free is broken, and it doesn't even go close to the fence. In many cases, once the dog is trained, the shock collar can be removed, because it will never challenge the fence again. This is in essence what is happening to us. Every time we attempt to cross their lines, we get shocked, and it hurts.
What line is he talking about? Like the line of domestic terrorism? Is he saying that, like, every time somebody engages in domestic terrorism, they get a proverbial shock from a shock collar? And we need to ignore that shock so that we can do insane shit to people? Is that what he's saying? I feel like it is.
We're labeled racists, haters, homophobic, transphobic, terrorists, on and on.
He is definitely a terrorist in this book alone. In the past 5 minutes alone, he's endorsed terrorist action against people.
We are punished unjustly by the two-tiered justice system. January 6th, protesters have been imprisoned, vilified, lost their...
Yeah, why? Why did that happen? That happened because they tried to overthrow the U.S. government. They should have been vilified and prosecuted, but they were pardoned.
Their incomes, while left-wing protesters burned down whole sections of cities, crush cars.
That didn't happen.
Beat up innocent citizens, shoplift, and loot with zero consequence.
None of that is true.
They cancel us, humiliate us, fire us, and arrest us.
Shock, shock, shock.
They cancel us, humiliate us, fire us, and arrest us. Shock, shock, shock.
While writing this, an Austin, Texas elementary teacher was fired by administrators who said they were concerned about her intentional attempt in teaching students about their legal and constitutional rights. Shock. In 2023, a 7th grade honor student at the Massachusetts middle school was punished and sent home for wearing a "There are only two genders" t-shirt. He wasn't disturbing anyone or attacking any other beliefs, but that didn't stop his school from censoring him. Shock.
His school censored him?
COVID, thousands of workers across America were fired for refusing.
I'm sorry, I don't even believe that story about a kid being sent home for wearing a shirt that says there are only two genders. I'm extremely skeptical, but whatever.
During COVID, thousands of workers across America were fired for refusing to get the jab. Shock.
Thousands? I'm out of 350 million. You're talking about thousands of people? I don't even think that's true. And that was not the government doing that. That was people, that was individual companies choosing to fire people who refused to get the vaccine. But honestly, that didn't even happen. You know what it was? There was a testing mandate. You have to get tested every week, and you could be exempted from that testing mandate if you got a vaccine. These people didn't even want to get tested. God, COVID really broke people's brains.
You know the shocking stories. We could fill a library. People are living in fear, afraid to speak up or stand up.
Just keep your mouth shut. Let them have their way. Think about if you're in 600 right now, you walk into the Capitol, and a police officer says, "Hey, come on in." You might think twice about entering, wouldn't you? How do we get here? Shock. Shock. That's how.
Just wait. People are living in fear, afraid to speak up or stand up. Who the fuck is afraid to voice their opinion in America? Just keep your mouth shut and let them have their way. Think about if you're... Wait. Think about it. Think about if you're in 600 right now. You walk into the Capitol. I don't know what that means. And a police officer says, "Hey, come on in." You might think twice about entering, wouldn't you? How did you get here? Or how did we get here? Shock, shock. That's how. You might think twice about entering. Well, what he's saying is police invited the January 6th insurrectionists into the Capitol. They didn't. That is a flat-out, bald-faced fucking lie from Trump nutcases like this guy.
A toddler's tenacity. Fortunately, some of us are born, slap-happy, and shock-proof, and even were prepared for the consequences with a smile on our face. Before the invention of protective plug covers, we know of a toddler who absolutely loved to stick his finger into the wall socket. The mother would say sternly, "No."
Wow, that sounds like a safety measure, right? Boomers didn't have shock covers over plugs when he was a kid. Sounds like we should be removing those, right, Gene?
A smile from the toddler, and right there in front of Mom, he would shove the finger back into the socket. Escalating, he went from "no" and a mild slap on the hand, progressing to more smiles and successive attempts at the wall socket, and eventually a beet red hand. We're guessing that's why those safety covers were made. We have to get focused like that toddler, on a positive goal, mind you, and determined to keep at it, not allowing the shock or the slap to deter us from our goals, and have a smile on our face as we go. We would love to paint some nice, clean scenario, but this is a nasty reality. These are Goliaths threatening to take our voices away. Unless we start drawing lines and refuse to back up, or start crossing the lines that are calling us to step up and over into action, America is done. Some giants have to fall, or America is dead.
If you don't take your gun and do something psychotic, America will fall, is what he's saying.
Hear what we are not saying.
We are not advocating for violence. America is not at that point.
No, totally not. Definitely. You literally just explained that you need to do what King David did and murder people brutally. You just described that exact series of events. You're not saying they need to get violent, though.
Fortunately, we still have avenues available to us to stand up for change, but we have to act and be prepared for the consequences. We have to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. Thankfully, America is not dead yet. I can't think of a better place to share this incredible piece of writing titled, The Valor and Bravery of the Unvaccinated, written by French General Christian Blanchard.
The valor and bravery of the unvaccinated. Bro, please. These people are so cringy.
Even if I were fully vaccinated, I would admire the unvaccinated for standing up to the greatest pressure I have ever seen, including from spouses, parents, children, friends, colleagues, and doctors. People who have been capable of such personality, courage, and such critical ability undoubtedly embody the best of humanity. They are found everywhere, in all ages, levels of education, countries, and opinions. They are of a particular kind. These are the soldiers that any army of light wishes to have in its ranks. They are the parents that every child wishes to have, and the children that every parent dreams of having. They are beings above the average of their societies. They are the essence of the peoples who have built all cultures and conquered horizons. They are there, by your side. They seem normal, but they are superheroes. They did what others could not do. They were the tree that withstood the hurricane of insults, discrimination, and social exclusion.
Wow. Trump supporters are the victims of exclusion and persecution. Not the black community, the people who they are actually persecuting, not the gay community. Trump supporters.
And they did it because they thought they were alone and believed they were alone. Excluded from their families' Christmas tables, they have never seen anything so cruel. They lost their jobs, let their careers sink, and had no more money. But they didn't care. They suffered immeasurable discrimination, denunciations, betrayals, and humiliations. But they continued. Never before in humanity has there been such a casting. We now know who the resistors are on planet Earth. Women, men, old, young, rich, poor, of all races and all religions, the unvaccinated, the chosen ones of the invisible ark, the only ones who managed to resist when everything fell apart, collapsed. You've passed an unimaginable test that many of the toughest Marines, commandos, Green Berets, astronauts, and geniuses couldn't pass.
You are made of the stuff of the greatest that ever...
You are made of the stuff of the greatest that ever lived. Those heroes born among ordinary men who shine in the dark. A time to preach and a time for action is the next subheading.
A time to preach and a time for action. In the basement of the U.S. Capitol, there's a statue of a man named Peter Muhlenberg. Most are not aware of who he was. Peter's father, Henry Muhlenberg.
Okay, dude. I need to re-TTS this in a voice that doesn't use dialogue, because this dialogue is rough. Peter's father, Henry Muhlenberg, was responsible for the Lutheran Church being established in the U.S., and Peter was a Lutheran pastor as well. The reason his statue is in the Capitol is because of his famous action that happened on January 21st, 1776.
After he gave his famous sermon based on Ecclesiastes 3:1, ESV, "For everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven," he closed his message with the words, "In the language of the Holy Writ, there is a time for all things. There is a time to preach and a time to fight, and now is the time to fight." At that point, Pastor Peter Muhlenberg threw off his clerical robes to reveal the uniform of an officer in the Continental Army. Drums began to roll, men kissed their wives, and they walked down the aisle to enlist. After he gave his famous sermon based on Ecclesiastes 3:1, ESV, "For everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven," he closed his message with the words, "In the language of the Holy Writ, there is a time for all things. There is a time to preach and a time to fight, and now is the time to fight." At that point, Pastor Peter Muhlenberg threw off his clerical robes to reveal the uniform of an officer in the Continental Army. Drums began to roll, men kissed their wives, and they walked down the aisle to enlist.
Okay, he's talking about the Black Robe Regiment, where pastors in the early days of American history, before we had a constitution or anything, would do that. They would pull their robes off and train their church as like warriors or whatever. That's completely fabricated. That entire thing is made up. They called them the Black Robe Regiment. They didn't. That term, the Black Robe Regiment, is made up by David Barton in the 1990s.
He walked out, and that day 300 men connected with him, and they went to go fight for the American Revolution. Here's a guy who was a pastor who drew a line and stood up. Peter was in Woodstock, Virginia, while his brother Frederick Muhlenberg, also a minister, was in New York. Frederick responded like a lot of pastors do now. He was like, "Oh, Peter, you're kind of overreacting. We need to preach and stay in the church. We're not supposed to cross the line. We're not supposed to be in politics. We're supposed to be preachers." And Frederick continued that way until 1794, when the British burned down his church. When they did that, suddenly Frederick decided he was going to join the fight. These are the people our nation is founded upon. Frederick joined the military, then later ended up serving as Secretary of State and Speaker of the House. Peter Muhlenberg was a general in the Revolutionary War and ended up serving as senator and several key appointments in our government. But what's interesting is that they were two pastors. It was highly unusual to step out of that position, and to wear a soldier's uniform under your priestly robes was unheard of. Peter Muhlenberg was so important to America that there's a statue in the basement of the Capitol. There is a statue of him in a park in 600 as well. And it's one of those statues you walk by and go, I wonder who that is. This is the guy who was the founder of the Black Robe Regiment. And so everybody...
Okay, so the Black Robe Regiment is not a real historical group. Completely fabricated. I just looked this up. The robe throwing scene is a 19th century legend. And the brother Frederick bit that he was talking about here, like, this whole thing is completely fabricated. So the Black Robe Regiment is not real. The robes throwing scene is legend. And here's the Frederick bit. The British did not burn Frederick's church in 1794. They burned New York City's churches in 1776 and 77 during the occupation after the Battle of Brooklyn. The Christ Church, his Christ Church was among them, and he'd already fled to Pennsylvania by then. By the way, this is, I'm pulling this from here. The Providence Foundation, The Pulpit and Politics, Peter and Frederick Muhlenberg. British troops marched into New York City and destroyed or burnt 10 of the 9 churches in the city. By 1794, the revolution had been over for a decade. The British had left New York in 1783, and Frederick was sitting as a former Speaker of the U.S. House. So he's completely wrong on all of that shit. Literally everything he just said was made up. Frederick never joined the military. Every source is explicit that his turn toward the patriot cause was political, not martial. And Frederick was never Secretary of State. He was the first Speaker of the U.S. House, and then, again, the third Speaker of the House. And one of the 2 signers of the Bill of Rights. So, like, everything that Gene Bailey just said in his book is completely made up. All of it.
He points back to that pastor. That's the essence of what we are doing through this book and Flashpoint Live. We're motivating individuals, ministers, business leaders, and teachers to get out of their robes of complacency and go stand up for what's right. Again, this is not a call to violence, but to fight through the constitutional means available to us by making our voices heard. Peter's own brother didn't agree with him until they burned down his church. And what was the outcome of his brother getting involved? He fought the fight in the American Revolution, which is kind of what's going on with America now. Unfortunately, it seems like most people are like his brother. They don't get involved until it comes into their backyard. The "what you do in your bedroom is your business" attitude has gotten us where we are today.
Oh, so it's your business too then, huh, Gene Bailey? what I do in my bedroom is also your business? People can't just fucking leave others alone and let them live their own lives? You have to interfere and fuck with people's lives? And you have the right to do that, apparently?
We have to understand our role as believers and patriots who love and believe in America. There has to be a line that you won't let someone cross, whatever the risks and costs. But the truth is, we can draw some lines that will make a real difference, that aren't all that risky. They are just uncomfortable. We can't be woke Christians in our Nike shoes that we bought at Target, sipping our Starbucks latte while we plan our vacation to Disney and expect change.
Wow, he just listed a bunch of corporations that they're supposed to be boycotting.
We are feasting at tables we should be flipping over. Has the church gone woke? Where is the line you won't cross? David, confronting Goliath, was only his beginning. He had to run from Saul for years. He had to fight for the promise God gave him. Do you have skin in the game? Will your beliefs cost you anything? God is saying to every one of us, how far will you go? Will you stand up for Christ? Will you tell an unforgiving, spiteful world that Jesus loves them while they call you homophobic and Christo-fascist? Will you still give to a ministry when it's not tax-deductible anymore?
God, they are such fucking victims. Constantly victims.
I ask you, will it take a loved one dying from getting the COVID vaccine or dying
please, dude,
in the hospital from their drug-induced big pharma protocol, like happened to one of our family members, before you get involved? Will it take your child getting ripped from you, genitals mutilated and/or in hormone therapy?
I mean, you're picking up what he's putting down, right? What's it going to take to get you to pick up a gun and take out some enemies of God? And now he's defining the enemies of God. People who... trans people. Just plain trans people. Teachers, even. Because they're transing the kids. Fucking get a grip on reality. Does he believe this, or is he just evil?
Like happened to one of our family members? Before you get involved. How about someone you love dying from fentanyl? A known illegal, convicted criminal murdering someone you love before you decide to draw the line in the sand? Does it take a child or a grandchild to be sexually abused and/or trafficked?
Because, of course, all Democrats are doing these things. And it's only Democrats that are doing this, right?
Let's all be wiser and quicker to respond to the bully on the line in the sand than Frederick Augustus Molenberg was. We implore you, be a...
We implore you, be a Peter Muhlenberg versus a Frederick. Do not wait until personal tragedy comes raging at your door before you decide you might need to get involved. That was fucking psychotic. That whole chapter was insane. Maybe the most insane chapter in the entire book. I mean, he was pretty openly advocating for killing people that they don't like, right? It seemed really plain. Anyway, tell me what you think about it in the comments. We're going to have to deal with this extremist thread in American culture before we can get back to normal, to some degree of normal. Let me know what you think. All right, I'm going to drop a bookmark. I'm going to get out of here. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me. It's been fun. I will talk to you guys